Hey NLC faithful, the first round of the spring playoffs are over. It's time to hand out some grades. Who are the star students and who's getting expelled? Cream of the crop right at the top. No surprise, it's Los Ratones. They did look the most mortal that we've seen them here in spring. Game number 2 versus DMG, so it was a game that they could have lost. But still, as always, they are just a cut above the rest. S. They are now playing with No Way, who was missing for the entirety of the season stage. They went 2-0 versus Venom Crest, looked solid. No Way, it's like he's been here all along. A. Bulldog got a great story here in the NLC, a lovely UK org that finished top 3 in winter and are rounding out the top 3 in my books here for spring 2. One of the few rosters that didn't make any changes going from winter into spring, and what also hasn't changed is their winning ways. They get an A. The Ruddy Sack gave us the closest series of the upper bracket, 2-1 versus Verdun, the only series that wasn't a 2-0. They still look a little bit shaky, but by my estimations, they have the highest potential here in the NLC for a team not named Los Ratones. They've still got a ways to go, however, and for now, they're getting a B. DMG were a team that surprised me in a positive way in the playoffs. Getting 2-0'd against the Rats doesn't really say too much. The Rats are just, you know, the Rats. But with how they played during the series, they actually had some good ideas, decent execution, just, you know, couldn't quite get there. And then versus Rich Gang, 3-0, no problems at all. All in all, I think DMG are a quality team, and they could certainly be a dark horse here in the playoffs. They get a B-. Verdun, there's not really a huge amount to say for this team. 2-1 versus the Sack. It was a decent series, but they still got a few things to figure out. I still think Verdun are a good team. They have the quality members to really put a dent in this playoffs, but from the first round, I'm going to have to give them a C+. Venom Crest looked a little anemic versus Nord. Had an opportunity to take advantage of the fact that No Way hadn't played so far in the NLC, weren't able to do it. I think their future matchup versus DMG is going to be an absolute banger. For now, they get a C. Chaos lived up to their name, giving us only the second 5-game series here in the NLC this year. That series versus Lightside was just something else. It's definitely going to be tough for them against Verdun in the next round, and they get a C. Coming in now with our first of 2 expelled students, Lightside. Really was a series of inches versus Chaos, and the opportunities were there for Lightside to take it and run away with it, but it was still a decent series and they played well. Very close versus Chaos. They're going to get a C-. And our last team here, also expelled from the NLC, it's Rich Gang. They didn't play to their identity, the stuff that had gotten them some success in the seeding stage. Really think Rich Gang could have given DMG a decent series. And at the end of the day, Rich Gang bow out of the NLC Spring without picking up a win. They get a D. Round 2 of the playoffs continues this week. The lower bracket, banger series guaranteed. Don't miss out.
Welcome back to Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship 2025 Spring Split Playoffs Lower Bracket Elimination Day. My name is Alexander Ashanomaya, and today we have yet another banger. This is going to be a best of 5. It's going to be Fearless Draft as well. You're getting used to that. Well, I hope you're getting used to good content, because yesterday we had such a lovely day. LR versus Nord, the Ruddy, also fighting off versus Bulldog, breaking the curse. So many things to talk about, and I can't do it by myself. So let's introduce the desk. It is Travelink and Solari. Welcome.
Yes.
How are you feeling? I can't believe it's.
Oh no.
It is. It is.
Yes.
What it is.
We didn't have it yesterday for the whole day.
We have to compensate.
It had to happen at some point, man. Hello, guys.
Hi,
How are you
Travel.
feeling, Travel, now that you can talk with us?
Mute the D. Mute the D.
Mute DD, we need an emote. Chat, get
We
to
have it.
work.
We have it.
Oh, we have? Oh,
It's, of course. I've been muted for a season and a half. You think they don't have an emote?
Yeah, our chat it never fails, never fails. By the way,
Yeah.
I want to let you know, for those of you, the early chatters joining in for pre-show, yesterday and even days before, we were able to get a few comments in the middle of the show. So if you have a really good comment on the chat, it might just appear on the broadcast. I'm just letting you know. So be original. Now, talking about original, let's bring the bracket, because we have a lot of talking to do. Who wants to take yesterday? Solari Trouble, we have to talk about. Okay, okay.
Okay, so Larry, go. You know what? She's excited. Go. Go.
Yesterday was such a big day for everybody. You know, it's a small step for one team, but a big step for the whole league, because damn, I don't know anybody who expected or predicted the result of the first match yesterday with Los Ratones versus Nord going 0-2 for Los Ratones. And as much as we need, of course, to be talking about the fail for Los Ratones yesterday, Nord had a fantastic game yesterday. They read Los Ratones like an open book. And funny enough, the same happened in the second match with Radisak and Bulldog, because Radisak also read Bulldog all their drafts. They were like 5 steps ahead of them.
I feel like these particular games for Nord, a lot of people were like, hey, they were the only team that were able to take a game off, but that was a weird draft from Los Ratones over in winter. But right here, I felt like Los Ratones kind of fell short when it comes to draft, their meta read. And Nord, particularly Chachi, had a fantastic top side of the map. I feel like they were able to abuse the fact that Baus was dying to a lot of ganks that were properly timed. Like, a lot of the ganks that Baus fell onto, they were Jankos' top side clear timers. So they were very clear cut, and when you fall for those ganks and you give those 3 kills away, I think like Chachi was actually able to use them to perfection, translating all those kills and all that extra gold onto the rest of the map.
And then for Radisak and Bulldog, something very similar happened, because Radisak abused the fact that Bulldog's champion pool is not necessarily as big, especially compared to the amount of champions that Radisak are able to play comfortably. We saw them taking away all the champions from K-Min. We saw them attacking pretty much all across the board for Bulldog, their champion pools, and they managed to read them very nicely. Those were 2 very decisive games for them, and as much as I'm happy to see Swain being picked in the Fearless Draft, that was not the Swain that was promised to me.
I mean,
I agree
it looked good at the
100%, yeah,
beginning.
tell me.
It looked good at the beginning, right? But I feel like K-Min was positioned one too many times, which is something we have criticized Bulldog Esports for. And Radisak finally got revenge for the 2 times Bulldog Esports beat them over in winter, right? They knocked them down the lower bracket and then they eliminated them all together. And right here, Radisak and Nord have solidified themselves an appearance at the Denmark finals.
This is really interesting. Not only Nord is moving yet again to a live event, as you may see on the upper bracket, because if they lose, they'll go to the lower bracket, which will be played in Denmark. But if they win, they'll straight up go to final. Why are we showing brackets still? Let me explain this to you. LR and Bulldog Esports made Nottingham in winter split. Right now, as it stands, only 1 team can go from this point in the lower bracket to Copenhagen. The 4 remaining teams on the lower bracket, only 1 will be able to move into Copenhagen. So 2 teams from the upper bracket will go to Copenhagen, only 1 of these 4. So either Venom Crest, DMG, Verdant, Chaos, LR, or BDG. I can't count, so those are 6. So only 1 of these. It's getting thin, but imagine a world where you might not be able to see one of the top teams in Copenhagen. This is big!
I'm actually going to make it even better for you. DMG
Yes.
and Venom Crest are on their way towards Los Ratones, right? That would be their next
boy.
game for whoever
Yeah.
advances. I just want to say, if that is DMG that advances from today, this was one of the teams that we didn't expect would push Los Ratones. I just want to remind everyone of Bucci's Olaf back on the upper bracket when playoffs first started for Los Ratones, and it actually looked cool. And now they've had a lot of practice to go through that lower bracket as well, so it's just going to make it that much more exciting.
Okay, I love it. We're setting the stakes. I love how this is going, but what about predictions? Because we're putting a lot of faith on DMG as it stands. And there's a
Duckling!
mix.
Duckling, my little brother, thank you.
Trouble. Yeah.
Okay,
What's up?
so that's not really my prediction. There's been a mistake, actually. So, but you know what?
No.
I'll roll with the punches. No, that actually was not my prediction, but I'll roll with the punches here. Freaky, 3-1 Venom Crest. I'll back him up.
It is what
Okay.
it is. It is what it is. I also have I faith on DMG. Let's see if Venom Crest are able to stand up today. It's a best of 5, so everything can happen. The previous one we had, it was Chaos versus LLS, and you all remember that day. It was a long one for the history. But also, we're making history at the Northern League of Legends Championship by Arozzi. Head on to Copenhagen, where Duckling actually resides. He's going to be casting today as well, so best of luck as soon as we jump into this game. Now, I have important news for everybody. I've been telling you Sunday is sold out. We found a way. We found a way to get a few additional tickets, not a lot, by the way. We just found a way to get more tickets for Sunday. Saturday, we still have a few available as well, and also the weekend pass. So if you go onto this QR code, you might be surprised about something. I won't spoil it. Head onto the code, and you will understand what I'm talking about. It's a surprise, okay? I'm just saying, today is a good day to buy tickets. It's a wonderful day. I can't say anything else. Just letting you know. Now, Trouble, Solari.
I'm just scanning the QR code. I want to know the surprise.
Tell us, because I don't know.
No, I'm
it's
not
loading.
allowed to
I'll
say it
tell
on
you once I got it.
I'm not allowed to say it. It's a surprise for the chat. Now, Solari and Trouble Link, I have another surprise for both of you. I've been
I have a bad
cooking.
feeling about that.
I'm not saying I'm a
in
good
Danish.
cooker, but
Okay.
I'm cooking. We
Oh,
have
okay.
a new game show.
That's right.
Oh no. Oh,
That's right.
God. Okay.
It's not who am I? It's who wants to be a challenger. I'll make a question related to the NLC and present 4 different options. The first individual to raise the hand will get the first lock-in. The second one will either pick another opportunity or you're just zoned out. The fastest gets the fastest question and, answer. Let's start this one. It's only related to NLC so far, including Spring Split. Which champion has the highest KDA in Spring Split? Dr. Mundo, Gwen, Talia, or Jin?
This has to be a
Troubling.
tricky question.
Oh,
Okay.
you know it.
Does he have like a minimum amount of games, or it doesn't matter?
Throughout the entire Spring Split. So
Only Spring
there
Split.
There might be a world where you got 3 games.
Mundo.
With KDA.
Dr. Mundo.
I think it's Dr. Mundo. Okay. Trouble Link is going to lock in A. Solari.
I'm gonna go with C, Talia.
Okay, so it's a lock in for.
I'm
different
just saying, I
options,
think this
Trouble
is a
Link and
trap
Solari.
because Crowny had an
It has to be.
insane KDA with Jin for like 3 games in a row, but other
True.
players have also played Jin. It's not just Crowny, so I think D is a trap for sure. And
He also played it yesterday,
yeah,
and he lost.
yeah, that didn't go
Okay.
well. So
Dr. Mundo and Talia, keep in mind, I will allow you both to use help from the casters if you have any questions
Ooh.
for the following questions. So you may ask the casters, but it's Duckling
Gonna be
and
a
Foxhole,
you know
so
what?
maybe.
No.
it's
Okay,
a shame we have delay. It would have been awesome to like actually ask the crowd as well, right?
In chat, I would love that. The
Yeah.
answer for this one is C. Talia with 58.
I just
58.
remember the Beastguard game, and then I remember the game and also had a fantastic game, and I was like, it has to be a high KDA there,
You
right?
know it.
Combined between the two.
So 1 point for Solari.
Oh,
Bring
I
in the
forgot,
second
man.
one. Tell me.
Baus has played Dr. Mundo. That's my bad.
Yeah.
Who is the player with the highest solo kills so far this split? Elijah, Baus, Nemesis, Zichachi.
Including yesterday?
Yes.
Ooh.
Including yesterday.
Hard.
Man, the devil works hard, but you work harder,
Yeah.
Asha. Holy.
Solari.
I'm gonna go with Vizichachi.
Okay,
And I don't care
it's
if
a
I'm
lock
wrong, I
in
wanna go
for
with
D.
Vizichachi. Yes.
Lock in D for Solari. Treble Link. Where do you reside?
I think it's Baus. I
think
truly
it's
think it's
Baus.
Baus. Unless it
Let's
changed
lock-
yesterday.
Let's lock in B for Treble Link. And this is going to come as a surprise. The answer for
Might be
this
Elijah
one.
as well.
It has to be Elijah, right?
It's both of them, so you both get a point.
Oh! Wait! High five!
Wait, where am I?
No,
The other way. Okay, go.
They got it yesterday. Vizichachi was able to catch up due to the games of yesterday. Good job, both of you.
That's
2-1
why I
so
asked.
far.
Because I was
love it,
sure
love it.
I was sure Baus was number one. So I was like, I did a few too many times.
Now, which player has the highest goal difference at 15 this split? Vizichachi, Crowny, Exofang, or Velia? Oh, there you go, Solari.
Wait,
It's a very. I feel in my head it's a tie between Crowny and Exofang, but I'm gonna go with Exofang.
okay.
Tell me.
I don't think it's Exofang at all. Actually, I'm gonna go with Velia
Okay.
on this one, D. Because I
Sorry,
looked
yeah.
at his stats and he's minus gold at 14.
Including yesterday games, probably.
Oh, come on. Okay.
Just saying.
Yeah, that wasn't a good game for Velia.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'll stick to it, man. It's Velia.
Oh,
Lock in for Exofang, lock in for Velia. The answer for this one is Crowny with plus 2,000 gold at 15.
I was that
He
close.
farms. He farms. It's not even close for the other ones, by the way.
Hey,
Only
it's like
Chachi is
above.
close.
B is like above D, so maybe it shares like it trickles down some points. I don't know.
I'll give you 10% of a point.
Wow.
Okay, discounts.
Yeah, it's something. It's something. Let's move on to... Oh, we have two more. Nathan hasn't played which champion so far? GP,
Ooh.
Gwen, Renekton, Urgot.
Oh my god.
He played so many champions so far.
So many. I'm
Solari.
gonna
I
go
can
with
give you-
Gangplank.
Okay.
Give me what? A clue? No, I don't need any
Yeah, a
clues
clue.
from you.
You don't need... Wow. You want to
That's right.
trouble?
That's right. No,
Okay.
this is a strong, independent analyst desk. Okay. I think I'm gonna go with the most obvious, which is C Renekton. Not because I remember it, because I really wanna hope that deep inside, top lanes have forgotten about this champ.
Who can be made on this desk? Who can be made? And the correct answer is Renekton!
Hey!
nice.
You know what? Give Gaithan 2 points as well for this one, because he doesn't play Renekton. He
You
deserves
know what
it.
this
Gaithan.
means? Trouble, as it stands, has 2.1 points. Solari has 2 points.
Oh, she's winning.
I didn't. She got the 0.1 point. Remember?
Damn,
I'm just
trickles
saying.
down. Yeah.
Final point.
Man,
This
I
is
always
it.
scam those points. Crazy.
What is the most picked champion so far? Spring. Top lane. Last question. It's do or die. Troubling.
I'm gonna say Jace.
Ooh. I'm gonna say Poppy, just because I want it to be Poppy. It's probably
I don't know if
Naruto,
that's
but
how it works, to be honest.
hey, sometimes you gotta be a little bit Lulu, okay?
Trouble.
You said
What's
pick,
the reasoning?
right?
Yeah.
I think Rumble has been banned a lot for it to be the most
Yeah.
picked champion as a top laner. And I feel like Jace always somehow slips through the cracks. So that's my reasoning there.
Okay.
But Poppy also
I feel like
just
it's
plays
gonna-
support and jungle, right? So
Yeah.
he might be Poppy.
I feel like it's gonna be Nar in the end, but I'm gonna go with Poppy still. I lock in.
I actually think
Jensen,
Solari won here.
for the final question, the winner of today getting a cinnamon roll paid by Duckling. I have proof of DM. It is Jace with 8 times.
Oh!
The other ones with 7. Troubling, you got a cinnamon roll paid
Can I get, like, a
by
little
Duckling.
Wait, I didn't scam a win for once. That's crazy.
Wait,
A
you
win
did a
is a
little.
win.
You tried. You tried. You tried.
I tried my
But
best,
it was
but
a win. Yeah,
Hey,
no, a
good
win is
job
a
for
win.
both
Good
of
job.
you. We're getting to know the players more with these type of games, but also, do you know what they say during these games? We actually have a video made up just for you so you know how the communication goes. Thankfully, we were able to mute a few words. Take a listen.
I'm a Herald up tier 2 and ride it on mid tier 2.
You wanna, with Alistair, we could dive, no? Thoughts? With Alistair and Mundo, it's so easy.
I'm here. Is it too much?
It's not too much.
Just tower, I think.
Can you drift this to mid without the herald dying? Is it possible?
I can. Just follow me, okay? They're gonna fight. They can smite.
Okay, let's go with the herald. Tower's low anyway, it's pretty much dead.
I'm gonna stay, I think.
I can drift it to bot.
As we can, it's insane, yeah.
Well, ja.
Oh.
What happened?
I'm going already. Look, Camille, look, Camille, look, Camille, look, Camille. Look, Camille, look, Camille.
I'm going.
I'm going in.
You guys off, I guess? Nice.
Yo, let's go, guys. Let's go. Hey, good smite. Good smite, Kevin.
Guys, this was first official Talia, by the way.
It's fine. It's the fight for the 30-year-olds. It's me versus Jankos to see who the smite.
I cannot keep poking, I'm gonna go. You survived them, I hope. No, Rihanna. Look.
Du kan Jarvan. Du kan Jarvan.
Ori.
Nice.
You get Penta, baby?
Quadro, def your penta.
Penta kill!
Pentakill!
I'm coming. This is fine. Fight it. Guys, see Olaf.
Can you get out slowly? Kill Olaf dies for free. Guys.
What the? We win this, no? We still win this. Go die trolling.
I can stack Mega slowly. They can't get out. Yeah, just strike. You cannot do anything else. Honestly, yes, that's really good. Yes. Good job. Good call. Just happened. Good job, guys.
Hit her.
Keep going.
Going Sona.
Don't fight. Run.
Oh, 7 buffs.
I wasn't aware my jungler is a snake, my bad. Look Sona.
Look at Sona. Sona will ult us all here. I'm fine, I can kill her.
Penta. Get the Penta.
Penta.
I'm going over the wall. Coming.
You can come. Drop the aggro.
You get Penta. Mon nemme.
Bro was 0-0 and now he makes pentakill.
Let's go.
Holy guys, so insane.
We could dive them as well.
Okay, go. I have ult.
They're walking up.
I don't have hook. Oh no. Okay, he's too clean with it.
Penta, Kappa. I'm actually gonna kill him, by the way. No, my Penta!
I see you Portuguese guys are really funny, actually. I'm just saying.
See, the sentence I say is I'm Portuguese. There you go.
Yeah.
It all comes
Now
through.
Lula's can say it too.
Yes.
Venom Crest versus DMG. This is a big one. It has been a long time since we've seen Venom Crest. DMG showed signs versus LR that they have the strength. Will Venom Crest be able to stand up versus DMG? There's a lot to talk about this one. Where should we start? I think Venom Crest, it has been a long time. Maybe we can tackle the snake first.
Ooh, where do we start with these guys? Honestly, this is so hard. This like highlight somebody on this team because if you look at all the stats, like they all show up in different games, and that is what I find really interesting about this team because there are the games where neither absolutely pops off, but then there are games where it absolutely is won around the bot lane thanks to Colby and Vendel. So if you want to like have somebody, like a specific person to highlight on this team, you gotta struggle to pick somebody.
I'm actually gonna say right here that if you are a big fan of the LPL and the way they play, right? Knight was absolutely fantastic over in 2024. Now, not so much. But don't you worry, because if you are a big fan of Knight, we got Knight at home. Just add an ER at the end of that, and we got him right here. You want Yone? He does it. You want Akali? He does it. You go Tristana? You want Tristana? He does it. Ari? In. There's no difference. Just 2 letters.
Two letters, but a big difference for the team, though. I gotta say, as I said actually already, there are a lot of wins for Venom Crest when you can see the lead coming from the mid lane. With Knight, like, he doesn't always have the highest of the games. He has his high highs, he has his low lows, but when he's on his high, when he's on the champions, he feels very comfortable with, especially champions with a lot of mobility. You can see just how useful he is for the team and how much damage he's able to bring for the team.
I agree. This team is dangerous. Well, let's see if Knight is able to bring them into the ER today. As I don't know, the fact they learned so much versus Los Ratones got me hopeful. Oh, sorry, for Venom Crest. Let's see if he's capable of doing. The Snake had a lot of time. Will they be able to stand up versus the MG? That's what I wanted to say. At this moment, we can jump into the other side for the MG. Trouble, I think we can talk about this team for a long time with these names and how they perform.
First of all, I just want to reiterate here, DMG came in not as favorites, not as underdogs, not as wild horses. They were sort of hanging in the balance somewhere in between where people didn't necessarily know their name or what they're capable of. I feel like they've come a super long way. I'm looking at DMG and I'm like, I've seen them carry the games through multiple different lanes and players if you want to. And I feel like that is something that they should really be commended for, because DMG sort of came out of nowhere. They even pushed on that game too. Los Ratones in the upper bracket on the playoffs, right? In the first game of players, which they were unlucky to face Los Ratones, but still, they actually fought them really hard. And I feel like they've come such a long way in terms of development as a team.
And this is the thing about this team, right? This is a team that we first know as a team that's like, that's a couple of names that you might know from other ARLs, and Fanny Bucci on top lane. And from there, they transition into a team where each lane has pretty much the equal percentage of damage per team made on each lane. This is a team that you don't even know who to attack if you're playing against them, because if you attack one lane, they have 2 other very strong lanes that you should be scared of.
We keep talking about that constantly. Well, when Bucci was coming back into the spring split, will he be able to perform? We were trying to find highlights on this team, and I think at the moment, everybody has a highlight. Trouble, what do you have to say about this team and how they present themselves within the Rift?
I think they're all a highlight. If we can look at some drafts that they have actually gotten out on the Rift, I feel like they've been incredibly creative, and I think their drafts have been so damn on point as well. They attack certain parts of the map, and they do it so well by just rounding up their composition around it. In the first draft up top, it was all about Fateski. On hit Varus, everything was created to protect that Varus. The Galio, Renekton, Lulu, everything playing for him. The second draft, they first picked for that Vi. Guess what? She has aerial support with the Wei, engaged with the Rel, so she does have buddies. Third draft, which was the one versus Los Ratones, they played around Bucci over in the top lane, gave him Olaf, paired it up with the Sejuani, plus the rest of the map had a lot of damage, right? So I feel like I've been so impressed with them, because not only is it the development, but also I feel like the work behind the scenes, reading the meta, what they're picking, how they're picking it, how are they drafting, how are they rounding up the draft, has been impeccable.
Yeah, this seems that they're ready for the Fearless Draft even without playing it. Even on seeding stage, they looked like they were playing the Fearless Draft already, trying cook new things. But I know, Trouble, you have a big segment coming up about the MG and the map itself. I just wish you the best of luck, because I want to learn more about this.
Alright, so basically I wanted to bring a couple of clips versus Los Ratones. First of all, here you see Velia showing up on the top side of the map. I want you to look at your minimap right now and see how Sejuani goes straight from the Raptors, straight towards that bot side of the map, where that Ezreal and Janna have pushed that lane and they secure the first objective. Now if we pause right here and zoom in, this is a reset coming through from their side. What do? Ezreal, Janna speed running that river to steal one of the Void Grubs, and as we play the clip right here, you'll see that on the other side, you have Reckless and Crowny heading towards the top side, as we will be playing that clip so you guys can see. They'll be sprinting towards the top side to push out the wave, but priority right here for DMG was again taking that neutral objective, smiting one, and leaving the pit instantly. Now the third one right here is, again, if you look, it's again Fateski and Calm Sky bundling up with their jungler to walk again towards that neutral objective. LR have absolutely no vision control, and the second they step up as we play the clip, you'll see that because DMG are ready, because they had already reset for it and they're playing for it, they're actually gonna catch Nemesis right here. They'll take that kill, and then in return, they'll take yet another neutral objective. So you see how quick they were to react and play around their jungler, reset their bot lane to go for those neutral objectives early on, and it actually looked like a pretty good plan versus Los Ratones.
It was a good plan up until it stopped working, but it really... I love that you brought up this game, actually, because it took a lot of effort from Los Ratones to come back on in this game, especially in team fights. They needed to basically force some team fights into DMG because they were so far ahead of them, especially on the top lane. At some point, there was like 2.5 kill gold lead for that Olaf for Bucci.
I agree, and when you look into this team overall, I think, and I don't know if you both agree with me, they were the first team to crack the code of how to defeat LR, and they were quite close, and everybody was like, oh, take notes, because they were that close. They understood like, oh, we need to attack from this perspective, even though everybody can carry, as you said, Trouble. So everybody could carry, but they realized what they needed to do. And I think it was you that brought up the idea that we don't need to overcommit. Like, if we play for the top and we explore the top, we just need lanes that don't give anything on the bot side. We need to protect ourselves, shield ourselves, just turtle away. So it's
Talk
like
about
they
shielding.
have multiple
They had Janna and Orianna. That's a lot of like actual shielding as well.
Even the reading of the map. So when you pair both of them, what is the one to watch, and where should my eyes be focused on this match?
On this match, you know what? It's hard to pick, but if I were to pick, I would say bot lane. I would say you need to look at those two AD carries that you have. Faetsky going into Colby. Both of these are extremely crucial for the team because you can see that whenever the team plays around them and protects them, they deal so much damage, and their champion pools are really versatile as well, which is really important coming into today because this is a best of 5, and there might be a scenario, and I hope that we're getting into the game 5 here today, and that is going to be really important for both of them to be able to find those comfort champions, and both of them have more than enough of those in their pockets, especially Faetsky because his champion pool is insane, man.
I just want to point out for Kobe right here, I want to look at his DPM. This is on a losing team. Venom Crest have not been doing well. They did not do very well at their group stage, and Kobe is still pulling an average of 837 damage per minute. I think his misfortune was also 1,000 damage per minute or something. Like, he is a true carry, and I just want to reiterate that we have players like the players from Los Ratones, Kobe as well. I want to remind everyone that Kobe was the wonder child that was promised in EU a couple of years back, and then he went over to TSM, and then he came back here in EU, right? He's still very mechanically gifted. I feel it's definitely a player that we should be having our eyes on, especially going up against Faetsky, that DMG have literally sort of hugged in a lot of their compositions. They have had him as the prime piece of the collection, of their composition, and I feel like Kobe versus Faetsky is definitely going to be the highlight here.
Yeah, and it's about Faetsky as well, because it's rather interesting. If you look at the graphic before, his damage in the early game is actually very high, and his kill participation in the early game is very high, and I feel like this is especially important in this matchup because we will need to be looking at the bot lane in the early game. This is where a very big gold lead may come in for DMG and a very big prior for the game as well. If they play around Faetsky, if they give him an early game proactive AD carry, and if they go with the same idea for the jungle, this might be a very explosive lane that allows them to take games.
Yeah, so we are highlighting the MG. I agree 100% when you look into Venom Crest. Okay, but their schedule was extremely hard. They had to face versus Nord, the team that took down LR, just for instance. They had to face LR.
I see what you're doing. Like, okay, wait. You're like, DMG faced Los Ratones, but it wasn't the worst because Nord beat Los Ratones. Therefore, it's Nord, Los Ratones, and then Venom Crest fought the hardest opponent. I see your thought process here.
Okay.
Bamboozle.
And I still go back into one of those games, which was Kobe playing the Ashe. In my opinion, that was so clean. I think this AD carry is absurd.
Oh, God.
Not only that, like the guiding potential. It's not easy. It's not easy when you have Galio running to you like a massive chick, like trying to taunt you. And he was always dodging everything. Like, I'm sorry, I'm Portuguese. But it's like extremely hard to play as an Ashe on the current meta, and he was actually dealing a lot of damage. So I'm excited to see what the Snake is capable of bringing today.
Yeah.
Because we have no news from them. Like, is it a new skin? Did they shed? I don't know.
I would say I'm more interested interested to see what type of role Gooby has adapted to coming into this series.
yeah.
Obviously, he's a player that traditionally he's played AD carries. He's made EMEA Masters semifinals as well. Like, he's actually reached pretty high highs when it comes to the ERLs, and now he's jumping into a completely different role, which is the jungle. I will say it, and I'll say it again, I'll say it every single time. I think AD carry players have the least awareness when it comes to macro on the map, and jumping from the least awareness position to the one that you need to have the most macro awareness in the game, whilst also having to be flawless mechanically, can really take a toll, and it's actually kind of difficult to adapt, right? So I want to see the development through for Gooby and how he plays around Kobe, how he plays around his team, or like Naito when they've got like the Sejuani Yone combos to try and get that ahead in that early game.
Actually, just very quickly, that's a very good point, Trouble, because this is an ex-AD carry, and I was just talking about how important the early bot lane is going to be for DMG. Maybe Gooby, as an ex-AD carry player, will be able to read through their usual meta and disrupt them on the bot lane. That is what I would want to see from them.
We talk about these AD carries shifting into other positions, especially support like Reckless, and as we've seen in NA, other supports taking that toll. Like, hey, you know how your AD carry likes to play, so as a support, you're doing really good. Now into the jungle, I don't know how that is going to affect Gooby's mind, but hey, surprises. Talking about this match is going to be a best of 5. So far, we're waiting for both teams to be ready to jump into game as soon as possible. Casters, they need to press the button.
Tell them the truth. Duckling is holding the button hostage. Tell them the truth.
Like, typical Duckling. Oh my god, always Duckling.
It is always Duckling.
I don't know. Oh, I'm watching him type. It's my bad.
Chat,
Sorry,
chat.
guys.
Feel free to
I'll
add
buy
him.
cinnamon rolls.
Feel free to add him in the chat. It is him. He's stopping
it.
this.
Is him.
If possible, like, just tag Duckling. Oh, there he is. He takes full responsibility. As we're waiting for the game to start, we're going to take a few minutes before we jump into Champion Select. As soon as we can, we'll come back right up with the Champion Select straight up for the first draft. Don't worry, it's a best of 5 Fearless. We have a long day ahead of us and a long League of Legends as well. We are back, we are alive, we're jumping into Champion Select just as promised. We just needed to make sure that everybody was prepared. With this in mind, need to inform you all that Venom Crest loses all bans. And yeah, so expect that to take a little bit longer on the banning phase. But let's see, Venom Crest blue side, the MG red side.
And this hurts so much being on the blue side and losing all of your bouts because there are so many things you want to ban. Usually when we see teams playing against DMG, we see a lot of very player-specific bans going on to Faetsky, going on to Tandem, sometimes Butcher and Beastguard as well. But here Venom Crest are simply out of options and they need to be at the mercy of what DMG decide to ban against them.
I feel like this is very chaotic, right? Because usually, especially when you're on blue side, you will very carefully curate one or two maybe OP picks that will go through, and you usually will trade one for blue side and the other one will go over to red. But now there will be way too many champions that are really S tier that will go over, right? I straight up go to the likes of Talia Zinzao that has been pretty much everywhere around the world in tier 1 leagues. Things like the Wen and the Rumble as well. Virus apparently has been taken care of because it is one of those champions that really does dominate bot lane. But I'm just really wondering what will be the priority right here for the set of Venom Crest.
MG is taking agency on banning those S tier picks, but just as he stated, there are way too many to take care of. Faetsky likes to play from afar. He can play with pretty much everything, so Ezreal might even fit for this first game if they want to give priority to, as he stated, Talia Zhao or anything else. Beastguard has been a menace within the Rift, so that's another one to look out for.
But then you can't really ban against Beastguard that proactively because we've seen them both taking picks that are comfortable for himself and taking picks away from the enemy mid laners, and he looks at least really good on all of them. So nah, even if even if Venom Crest had bans, they wouldn't have used them against Beastguard. But Trouble, that is the champion that got you some points today, and that is the Jace that is not being banned somehow these days.
Hey, 8 picks now. I remember it was 7, now it's 8. Okay, so let's see what they're actually going to choose to play. I'm actually very interested every single time we watch DMG because they have so many different adaptations of what drafts and what playstyles they want to play around. I feel like right here, if they do snatch that Lilia away, this really screams to me that Venom Crest were potentially looking to pair the Jace up with a very strong AP jungler, and Lilia has been so prominent over in the LPL as well. She has been one of the S tier picks when it comes to AP junglers. Now I want to see what are you willing to slam next to it. There's things like Tristana, there's things like Yone as well that are really good with Lilia too. You just need a lot of AD sort of champions to be able to give priority to that Lilia so she can farm her way through that late game.
I think Beastguard doesn't really play those AD champions on the mid lane that much, so I really wonder what he will go into, because normally it would be Niter who plays quite a lot of AD mid laners, not Beastguard.
Okay, you tackle this, yes.
There's Rumble, there's Nafiri, and we've gone Lilia, Cassante 1-2. Okay, DMG, you know what? I'm invested, because I said when they cook, they're master chefs, okay? They know how to cook, but right here, I've got my doubts, let's say, so far. Whoa! Okay.
Oh, they picked it!
That's actually a very genius pick. When you when you're really down farming AP jungler, a lot of players will gravitate towards Nidalees or Dianas. I feel like Karthus really fits the bill right here.
Yeah.
Specifically because DMG haven't showed an aggressive hand over on the top side of the map. And right here you have solidified yourself priority top, priority mid through the Corkia as well. That very hardly ever gets outpushed by many champions, and now your Karthus is pretty safe at least to play towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, to be fair, before this Corki pick, it could have been a very big flex because you can send Karthus on pretty much anywhere in the map whatsoever, but now with Jace and Corki already locked in, I'm 100% certain this is Gooby who's going to be piloting the champion in the jungle. A lot of scaling there for Venom Crest for the late game.
And also, let's not forget, Gooby has piloted Karthus before over in the bot lane when he was AD carry, so he's pretty familiar with the pick as well.
Actually,
he knows.
Yeah.
It's not easy to land those Qs. It's not easy. Like versus Lilia, versus Xante, you know, complicated. Okay, Victor, Xante, and Lilia. Team fights are approaching, and it looks like it's going to be chaotic and a lot of movement in the middle of those now being removed to protect a little bit on Bucci, but you already have the Jace. So, interesting. Maybe they want to flex it, okay?
Looks like Venom Crest are here going for more of a poke-oriented composition, and they do not have a lot of tankiness. And what I see from DMG right here is they're starting to build a pretty potent front to back. They've got Victor for space making, they've got Casante to tank their front line. They're most likely gonna go for Calm Sky with something more like an engage support like a Rel or an Alistar, who are also inherently pretty tanky. The Alistar more so than the Rel. So I feel like this is going to be a pretty stock standard DMG where they've just poured a little bit more resources into Dandom on that Lilia, and they're gonna be for Faceky something a little bit more front to back-ish when it comes to the AD carry.
Because right now that is probably going to be the pick for Faceky for DMG side, and I really wonder what they decide to go with, especially with Varus removed in the bans by themselves a little bit earlier. So it leaves either we go into a little bit more usual pick like Ezreal for Faceky, or we go a little bit crazier and we pick a hyper carry, we pick something like Jinx, we pick something like Kog'Maw to have a lot of damage from far away from the back lane.
I would like to see a Misfortune here coming through for Faceky. Extremely dominant in lane. I feel like the Wombo combo is great. However, Misfortune does wake up the Lilia asleep, so I don't know how much of a Wombo combo that would be, but it's still like pretty potent, right? Because you can layer up the CC, and then during that bullet time, you've got the Victor Shroud going down on the floor as well, the Gravity Field rather, sorry. So it could be pretty potent. We don't see a lot of Misfortune's blind pick, and there are many more champions like Jin, for example, that set up really nicely for team fights, but we'll see.
Yeah, that worries me. They actually decided going to
is.
Misfortune. That's so dangerous though, with all the AD carries available for Kobe and with things like Braum available for Vendel. That is a perfect opportunity for Venom Crest right now to draft something that is not going to let Faceky ult. And we know what happens when in DMG Faceky is not allowed to ult, not Misfortune. They lose team fights.
Ah, okay, so Izzy on a mid lane, and that Corki is gonna go down bot lane. I'm so happy they actually went with Rel here. They're lucky and engaged so hard. No matter how much poke you have, I feel like you really need to sort of create opportunities for yourselves. We saw with Los Artones yesterday how difficult it was when they didn't have any engage in their kit, how hard it was to actually engage on those fights, and you're basically handling and tossing it over to your opponents to make it under their own conditions. Right here, DMG, I feel like, again, I don't know how much they cooked with like Casante, but they wanted some sort of top lane that was a little bit more targeted to sort of shut down that Jace. I feel like there is a ton of scaling on the side of Venom Crest, but knowing DMG and how strong that Misfortune Nautilus is, if they play through that bot side, can very easily shut that down.
First game will decide the tempo for this series. Let's see what Venom Crest was able to cook. DMG are still the same DMG they fought versus LR with that prominence. Let's understand how they fared against each other as soon as we jump to the Rift with Duckling and Foxtrot. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Ashram, and welcome over here to the casting desk. Well, Foxtrot, a peculiar set of pick and bans, right? Obviously with the lack of bans from the side of Venom Crest, that obviously changed some things, leaving the draft a bit more overloaded, but let's talk about the elephant in the room, the Kathas pick, because we've discussed a bit what was the thought process behind that, and I think you have a very good idea about it.
Well, this is it. It was early days when it was picked, right? And there's a few things, a few moving parts to go into it. Firstly, you've got some AP in your team, right? When you know Nita likes to play these style of like Yone type champions, and that's exactly what he's got today. Doxy top with Jace on the AD as well. So you got some AP in there as well. You've got a very hyper scaling jungler that doesn't need to do too much early on. So you can just farm and chill out and then just press R and be useful. So I do think that Gooby has had some growing pains going from ADC into the jungle position. But if there's one thing that ADCs know how to do, it's farm up.
You're right.
And that's what he's going to be doing at Karthus.
Yeah, be AFK and just sit there and farm, right? It's maybe what Gooby will be doing. I'm excited to see how this works out, as I mean, I myself have a team down in the Danish First Division. Last split, my jungler was a Kathas one trick, and while it was very much permabanned against them in officials a few times in scrims, I did get to see it let through. And if you play towards the Kathas and you have a Kathas who knows how to snowball when the team plays around you, it can work out very well and you can quickly choke out your opponents. But as you're talking about the growing pains that Gooby has had, I mean, are we really expecting them to all of a sudden just flip the script and try and play through their jungler? That would be a bold choice at the least. So I like your thought process of, let's just try and put him on some scaling where he'll be useful regardless. And then we can allow our laners to play their favorite AD champions.
Yep, and that's the plan. We'll see how that one gets executed in this game. He has got the exhaust as well, so Even more so, expecting potentially like the close range fights, you know, because Karthus is a champion that doesn't necessarily need flash, because he's not someone that keeps himself safe or particularly cares about that because of his passive, right? Like, he doesn't mind dying, you know? So having that exhaust means you can, in certain matchups, actually 1v1 a lot of people early game. And Lilia is a champion that will like to get pretty close towards you. It's just another tool to to stay safe. Oh dear. This is not it. This is not what we wanted to see. We've waited too long to get a full screen straight away.
We finally got on the rift, but maybe, just maybe, we have to wait a bit more. Maybe I dropped the start button again. I accidentally dropped it and pressed pause. I'll try and look for it, guys. Do not worry about that. I think you're right about the exhaust, though. The Lilia does like to get very up close and personal, right? And, you know, speaking of Daniel domination or Dandom in the jungle, he's really been the turning point of DMG this split, retaining 4 of their players who I believed had a higher level than what they showed in winter. And Dan domination has really been the key to unlocking all of that.
He's been great. He's been fantastic. I'd say he's one of the better junglers here in the NLC, especially considering, yeah, like DMG have had their issues as a team. Obviously, we saw them get through here into the lower bracket stage, and against Los Ratones, they look fairly decent too. But he has been, especially in the season stage, was absolutely brilliant. That's a great little disengage from Calm Sky there on that Nautilus. They are just a team of like quadra threats, penta threats, if you will. Like, anyone on their team in DMG can carry.
Yeah, I think something we discussed as well in the video, right, is the possibilities that open when you're sitting in the pick and ban phase, because depending on what gets banned, what options you feel like are available, and in the meta, you're able to change your style of play to, you know, work through all 3 lanes, depending on what you want to do. Is it Fateski you want? Is it B-Score? Is it Bucci, who we know can take that carry, those carry pants on as well, and perform on them as a little bit of a 2v2 down here in the bot lane. Vendel is in a bit of trouble as Cubby, able to deal some damage back in return, but it's a trait that DMG happily walk away from.
Just chilling for now. DMG throwing down that ignite, so that is a summoner advantage over to Venom Crest. They're going to reset though. We'll see if that turns into anything. But I would imagine for now, you know, just losing an ignite doesn't really mean too much. Flashes, yes, definitely so. Ignite, not so much.
Yeah, there are worse things you could lose, as you said, as Doxy aggressively trading here with Bucci. I think for the side of Venom Crest, I had a lot of hype coming in to the beginning of the split, with one real variable, that being Gooby, who we will now see not quite go for the dive, would be bold to do that on the Cactus, but show his face on the top side. And while he has necessarily landed perfectly in that jungle role, the floor on the rest of these 4 players is, in my opinion, pretty decent. These are all good players, right, who've done, you know, good things in their careers. Played in Spain, Niders won the Italian League, played EMEA Masters, Copy has played in NA, played in EU, you know, finished top 3 there as well. So we know that all these players are good individuals, but I'm really yet to be impressed by them in terms of their team play and how they really function. And that's why I've not predicted them to win today, Function.
Ooh. Yeah, I think it's a good point, to be fair, because for me, I believe in the strength of the roster. I'm still just waiting for that to click. Because, as you said, we've got some good players here. Doxy's been around forever as well, and Wendelbo, like, yeah. For me, at least, that is a very familiar name. Like, he's been around a long time, too. And, he might not be around on the Rift for much longer. Does have to flash away.
That's the big cooldown. You talked about it before, right? You can, you know, survive losing an ignite, but losing the flash, that always hurts a bit more. A bit less, though, if you have your Hex Flash, which is exactly what Vettel has picked in the runes. Quite hard to use that defensively, though, but does still have the attacking possibilities there. Drake soon on the Rift. I mean, not much has happened, as we would expect from Venom Crest's side, right? You're trading in lane, trying to get the priority, just allowing Goopy to freely farm up, and now he feels confident enough to step up to Dandom, who happily jukes around the Skittles. He had no flash, as you say. Exhaust available and used immediately here as Goopy tries to connect on the dots, but not able to, as Komsky instead the target for Copy, and he picks up first blood. Goopy able to run for now. The watch out, and flash committal here from Dandom will trade one back before a double kill goes over to the silent but deadly carrying Copy.
Okay, 2 for 1 at the end of the day on that one. Yeah, that was an interesting little exchange there. Venom Crest coming out on top at the end of the day, and Kobe with those 2 kills is crucial right there. Yes, Scooby dies. He gets a little bit caught, but it doesn't matter if you're trading 1 for 1 and funneling a kill over to the Corki. I'm fairly certain that Venom Crest will absolutely take that, especially when you consider the starting items for Kobe here. He on his first recall, he got a tier, right? You're not meant to have the early game when you're putting money into a tier early, right? That's sacrificing the early game so that you can get stronger later on when you start stacking it. Great start though here for Venom Crest.
Yeah, Snyder. I mean, Ponchi's level 3, but very confidently stepping up. The Soul Unbound and Fade Sealed all comes out as Snyder is in a whole heap of trouble here, but no. At the end of the day, pretty easily walks away, while Gooby was basically taking the Void Drops. Top lane though, Doxy might have found himself in a whole heaps of trouble, but Bucci survives for now. The minion damage ticking away at his HP bar as he is able to walk it off. I mean, these laners are not afraid to go toe-to-toe and see if they can get the solo kill.
Absolutely not. Bucci recognizes he's playing versus a Karthus that's level 5. He's going to get that quick recall. He's not going to hang around for anything. That death for Gooby did delay him a little bit, which means that 6 isn't quite up. But you have to know, when those blinking health bars come through for DMG, that's like a red to a bull when it comes to Karthus with his ultimate up. We'll take another look at how this one went down in the top side, because it was all Bucci to start with, right? Like Doxy getting the trade-off, and it looks like it's working well for the Jace, but this is the thing. Sometimes he struggles with the all-in, right?
And that was... bro. That is crazy damage from the all-in level 6. The 2 turret shots really what makes it a somewhat even trade, as we saw the Void Drops before. We'll watch the natural move you pull out. You take away the other neutral objective on the map, and that is the Drake, of course. So 1 for 1 in that regard, as we'll keep our eyes on the feats of strength. 2 kills to 1 as well. Nitro and company just needing 1 more to secure that little tick. And 8 minutes in, not much has been happening around these junglers except for that 1 fight, but I mean, surely Venom Crest feels pretty happy with this, right? You talked about how Copy will be scaling up, has sacrificed the early game, yet still find himself 600 gold ahead, and even Gooby, despite his death, is 100 gold up on Dandan.
Yeah, this is it. I think the scaling from Venom Crest is definitely like super strong, right? Especially once we start fighting in the side lanes, right? It's going to be hard to answer in the side lanes. And the thing with Karthus, like, he often warps the game around him because of the Requiem, it being global. We talk about champions like Nocturne, who are really good at attacking side lanes, but if you're 1v1ing in a side, right, and Nocturne sweeps in something, it's not a 1v1. It's not quite the same with Karthus, but it's similar because he presses R and suddenly, oh crap, I've got to deal with 500 extra damage going down from my health bar. So it's, yeah, certainly something that's gonna twist things here. And DMG, they're gonna have to buy that locket early, right? For
2v2 on the bot lane, bullet time, flying out as Ventil interrupted quickly. Kormsky forced to flash away as Fatesky trades with Copy, but he flashes into the bush. One more auto will do it, but there comes the Requiem, kill donated, and another 2 for 1 secured for Venom Crest.
Close fights here in the bot side of the map. It's all scrappy right now for this game, is it not? Copy does full, but getting a kill onto Gooby, accelerating him for his first item. You can't really be giving these free kills. You've got to be careful. Could very quickly turn around. And yeah, Venom Crest, they'll be happy with this. Got themselves a 1,000 gold lead here 9 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and the exact thing you talked about earlier, Foxtrap, in terms of the extra HP you essentially don't have when you're playing against the Karthus and his Requiem is off cooldown. We saw it happen right there. Maybe Facey could have gotten out, maybe he could have turned it around on Ventil, but no. Instead, Gooby has got, you know, some free gold. First strike as well, so that's a bit extra in his pocket as Kormsky might be donating more gold over here today. He will Spider-Man his way out for now as Dandem shows up as well. He might be looking for the Lilting Lullaby here as he continues to step forward, but with Copy rotating in, I don't think it's a fight they're set up to win. Regardless, though, they still walk forward, and there comes the Fate Seal. Kormsky sure to go down as good damage coming in return. The Lilting Lullaby leaving them in the Chaos Storm just to burn through those HP bars as Scooby finally shows up, and Copy nicely sidesteps around the fight to find himself another double kill before he finally falls. DMG find themselves 4 kills in that fight as it's a double kill for the jungler on mid.
No Requiem from the Karthus either. DMG just coming out on top. Thought it was Dandem getting caught initially, but getting the CC chain, locking them in. Able to survive And Isgard, really the main benefactor of this. His Rod of Ages 2 is going to be scaling pretty nicely as this game goes on. It's all back and forth here, and the gold is being tied up.
Yeah, the game is certainly delivering for now. We had a quieter early game, but now the teams really, as those first item spikes hit, feel confident to step up and show what they've got in that pocket as well. We've got the next Void Grubs also ready. You can see the rotation fucks have already happened as Goopy's back on the map. Same goes for the rest of DMG, and another fight could be right around the corner as Dandom takes a little bit of damage from the skins.
Yeah, both these champions, both these junglers, Lilia and Karthus, absolutely melt through the Void Grubs with their AoE damage. It's not going to take long to bring them down. Both teams know that. Just floating around here. It's the first one over to Dandom.
Potential for
The rest of this unfolds.
Both mid inners have TP as well if they want to join. Goopy takes one away and the bullet time comes out. Goopy, not much to do really in the beginning, but somehow just able to walk it off, and it's a great engage. Comes through from the side of Wendell. He finds 3, and Venom Crest are looking for everything on the map here. That's 1, 2, 3 already. Go on, make it 4 as well, as Doxy finds another one. Venom Crest cleanly claps the fight.
The Grubs also go over 4 to Venom Crest. They'll be able to spawn those little mites against the turret. This game is just so back and forth. It was clean though, 4 for 0. Just an absolute disaster of a play here for DMG. But take a look at the engage from Calm Sky plus the bullet time. The thing is, like that, once that's happened, that's it. It's donezo, right? That's all finished. And then with the re-engage from the well, Wendell just absolutely going huge in that one. Perfectly executed. Brilliant team fighting right there, and showing URL is so scary in these group top custom fights.
Yeah, great engage there from the veteran gaining the ball. Nordic winner back in 2020 spring or summer. I can't quite remember which one, but I do remember he's won it. That's for sure. Finals of the NLC as well back in 2021 summer. The first NLC split we had there in 2020 rather, as I need to correct myself. Drake on the map though as the veterans of Venom Crest. Could be setting up for it, but instead it's DMG who's first on the macro. Venom Crest rather focusing on the mid lane as the rotation numbers look where Goopy is. Well, I mean, he does not have much to do outside of coming down to the Drake, but I guess he'll happily just waddle around for a minute.
As this game progresses here, I think it's kind of important to note how it's gonna go down as we move into like the mid and the late game, as the turrets start falling and lane phase starts dwindling away. Mentioned about that split pushing in the side lanes. I do think that's going to be important with Jace. Will hold his thought here because here comes
counter jungling, but with this team around him, he can do so. Still a 1-for-1 as Cubby comes on a killing spree. I mean, I don't think we've seen the full force of this Corgi yet. 7 kills in his back pocket, 1.6k ahead.
Sheesh.
When he gets that 2-item spike, I mean, he's gonna hit like a truck.
He's meant to be chilling right now. This is meant to be the slow part for Corki. There's absolutely nothing slow about this. As in the side lanes we go, already scrapping and fighting down, and
in a lot of trouble here. Can clear the wave, but Venom Crest, they don't mind the tower damage one bit. Easily takes the tower down as well with them, and that's another kill in their back pocket. The game was even before, but now they've managed to find themselves a little bit of a lead to work with.
Oh boy, okay. Need to breathe a little bit. Venom Crest coming out on top of this one early so far. It's actually somewhat significant too, right? Considering how like rubber bandy and back and forth this game has been, like 3,000 gold lead is certainly significant. But you can see most of it is from bottom top, right? And Kobe with 8 kills at 14 minutes, by the way. Almost 100% kill participation. Again, as I said, he's meant to be chilling. All of these Man Immune characters and Triforce characters, they chill until they reach 2-3 items. And nah, he just right from the get-go.
I mean, he bought his tier immediately and he still has no time to stack it up because he's so accelerated in the game state. I mean, I guess that's a silver lining for DMG. You're 1 anti behind on your AD carry, but you made him so fed that he doesn't have the full strength of those 2 items yet. I mean, that is unbelievable. Look at the goal lead that has developed in the top side as well. 1.5, mainly just from better laning here from Doxy and those kills in that big 4-for-0 team fight. They have control of the Grubs. They haven't got the Drakes though, so that's something that they could have wondered if they wanted to snowball this game a bit more aggressively. First turret though, and the feats of strength are in their pocket.
Ooh, the Chaos Storm onto Niter. Does have his ulti if he
fine,
wants to pop it.
Yeah, just walks out.
Yeah.
Zone things, right? I mean, doesn't have to do much there. I think Komsky and Dandam rotating up. I don't think they want Niter to get away with this, as they know he's in the bush. Yeah, Fate Shield though. That's Jonah things. Komsky managing to stop the back, and I do believe that's just a turret.
Yeah, Niter does have his teleport, but he won't be available to save this turret. That one's falling down. 2 minutes now until this dragon. You can see DMG appearing on the top side of the map. I'm not sure if they're going to go for this Herald. It looks like they started it up, but I think this could be a risky fight.
I'm a bit overeager to set the tempo while you're this far behind. Regardless though, they'll happily do it. The Requiem comes out just for maybe a good bit of poke in the beginning, as Komsky's very squishy on this Nautilus. The Ignite is ticking, and he's trying to do what he can, but yet again, Copy finds another kill. Venom will go down, and I think Venom Crest might have made the call to not pull the trigger on this fight, as instead it's DMG that get the 1-for-1, and they go back on the Herald.
1-for-1's fine if you're DMG though. Like, you're so far behind, and you're in position to take this Herald.
They don't want to give it up.
It's not over. It's not over. The rest of the crew is here.
Yeah, sure enough. Just flip-flop on the decision. Venom Crest is now your jungle is asleep with a lilting lullaby, and the bullet time will cut him down immediately. Doxy next on the menu as Bucci instead finds himself in a 1v2. The Skittles need to be dodged as well as Copy flies over the wall to try and seal the kill. Shut down is claimed from B-Score as Bucci buys a great amount of time, but Copy will be dominating as it's DMG who get the Herald in what, a 2-for-2 fight?
2-for-1, I think, in the end, that one. Definitely good for DMG.
Yeah, they take that.
Man, Venom Crest. It's sloppy, dude. It's sloppy stuff. Like, they're pretty far ahead, and Copy is so strong, but just have to chill for a little bit. As I mean, can't. Okay, yeah, he's cool. He's cool. Manamu, though, was not up during that fight, and it has just come up now for Copy. So he's actually at a big spike right now.
I mean, he could go on
Dragon
face
is
if he wanted,
in
to be
30.
honest. I mean, level 11 on this Colby already. 2 items. Manamune stacked to Mirror Man, as you say. Just, I mean, Komsky doesn't look like much of a tank. I mean, he is very far behind the game pace as well with those 5 deaths.
Oh my goodness.
But, yeah, I think if I was Venom Crest right now, what call would I make? Play with Copy. I mean, if you play with him and he doesn't get caught out, I think the fight should already be won.
I agree. Copy's the man in this game very clearly. And he's got to be the bridge now from this early game to the mid and late, where champions like Yone and Karthus reach a critical mass and can't be dealt with anymore. Still need a little bit of time to reach that point, so that's why you play with the champion that has 10 kills and 2 items at 18 minutes. Compare that to Fateski, 1 kill, 1 item. Certainly a bit of a gap in that one, as Venom Crest now going to put a stop to this dragon stacking by DMG.
I mean, they managed, Foxtrip, to just take the mid lane tier 1, then go down and take the Drake, which would have been the sole point for DMG. We didn't have much time to talk about it because it all happened so quickly. That is utilizing your lead, which, you know, is only 2k, but it's all about who you play around, right? DMG, well, they have their man in the mid lane. It's B-Score who's 2.2k ahead, but for the side of Venom Crest, they have 2 heroes, really. It's turned out to be Doxy, who's almost 2k ahead, and then obviously the guy we talked about before, Copy. Is that the 3rd turret that Doxy just claimed alone? I mean, he's now 2.5k
I think so.
ahead. Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. I think he got that tier 1 top, and he's just worked his way down bot as well. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this gold lead right now. The fact that Doxy's more or less kind of PvEing it at this point, and he's got the same gold lead as Cobby does because of how effective he's been in that side lane. I mentioned it earlier. The side lane is going to be a big question mark. The answer for Yone and Jace, they're really hard for DMG to answer. Much prefer to be in the group top scenarios, and right now they're just leaking objectives, specifically their turrets. They don't have an answer for it. They're going to get pushed further and further back towards their base. No control over the map.
Atakan now on the Rift as well. That's obviously an objective, and while it is this goal lead for Venom Crest, and they should feel quite confident if they play all together, well, DMG before managed to punish the indecisiveness of Venom Crest. Did they want the Herald? Did they not? Do they want to contest? Do they not? If they can, you know, find them flip-flopping on another position around the neutral objective, they might be able to capitalize. And the right setup, I mean, the Lilia ultimate, the bullet time doesn't wake you up from the lilting lullaby. You're still soundly asleep well, your HP bar is just gone. So if they get a big combo of that, I mean, no cleanse is still on the side of Venom Crest, then they should be able to win the team fights.
It's a crazy combo. That's what led them to the victory around the Herald, right? Was the Lilting Lullaby into the bullet time. Just insta-gibbing Gooby and setting the rest up on low health bars for the cleanup for DMG. It's a bit tricky to execute, but when it works, it's just unstoppable. And certainly something that Venom Crest would have to be careful of, as Fatesky, his spider senses were tingling there, weren't they? Holy moly, that was close. Very close.
This is one of the weirder goal difference I've seen, man. The fact that 2 lanes are so far ahead from Venom Crest and in the mid lane they are this far behind really is interesting to see, but I think you're right with your analysis on the PvE from Doxy's side, and we all know why Copy is so far ahead. 3 items, 21.5 minutes into the game. That is really the power spike that a Corgi wants. When he gets the 4th item, he hits like a truck, but he already hits like a minivan or whatever you want to call it right now.
Yeah.
He does a lot of damage. And Kolmsky, I think Kolmsky's just dead. I mean, this is why are you here, mate? The bullet time comes out, does a bit of damage, and Kolmsky's able to survive with the use of his flash, but, you know, paid the price there for the journey.
And he has locked in with the locket, first item. Pretty much essential when you're playing a tank. Yeah, I realized what I did there by mistake. But it's really good versus the Requiem here. As you group up, boom, there it is.
Yeah.
I'm really not sure what that ulti was.
They're just taking Artican, so trading tier 1 mid.
Well, okay.
I guess you take that.
This is it though, 2 turrets. I don't know. I think this is pretty good for DMG, to be fair. Like they get both these turrets.
I like the Ruinous Artican. I like the buff that it gives later on, especially if they manage to get a Baron or later on the Soul Point. Regardless, they also get a lot of flower petals immediately to continue trying scaling themselves ahead of the game. Only a 1 level difference currently between those 80 carries, but Cubby continues to farm like this, and with the extra petals now as well, it could become 2. They've slowed the game down a bit here, Foxtrot, and seem less eager to fight, but those neutral objectives still don't last long when they're on the map, and you know what I see in 45 seconds? Well, another Drake.
Yep. Would be Soul Point for DMG if they're able to secure it. With his Atachan and the buffs coming through as well, importantly, it's not the Voracious Atachan, right? When we see that, we usually see teams completely send it in the next play, and I don't think that's what we're gonna see here, right? It was the slower Atachan with the petals and the buffs. So we've got to be a bit careful here if we're DMG. If we're Venom Crest, DMG setting up that bait in the bush. We could just get another big old 5v5. Gooby does not have the Requiem, no Carthus ulti for this fight. That could be a big difference as this one unfolds.
I think Venom Crest might just want to give this up. It's a Soul Point. I mean, they could get a tier 2 in the mid.
They push mid.
And Dux,
yeah.
I mean, they destroy those turrets so quickly, and DMG haven't started up. Instead, they look for the catch, and Gooby instead, the Fate Seal comes out, but only on 1 target. TP now in as well from Bucci, as he wants to contribute to this fight and wants to make it a more impactful one than immediately first seen. So as Standum finds 2 with the Lilting Lullaby. Doxy already low on a rampage is B-Skull, as Copy kiting back and surviving the damage from Dandom. Vental, not long for this world, as Copy goes godlike, snipes Kolmsky out, and the Drake will go to DMG.
That's a big drop of the ball here for Venom Crest. They had the inside track in the mid lane, but just a lack of communication, 2 different minds. Venom Crest did not want to concede this dragon, but they weren't in position to contest it. I feel like just a handshake here. Trading Dragon for a push in mid would have been the optimal decision. You can see on the minimap, Cobby's already hitting a turret at this point, bruh. Just don't walk up, don't go in. It's Gooby who dies initially, and on Carthus, that's not a terrible idea to die first. Just doing your passive, you press R, whatever. R wasn't up, it's a great engage for Wendell, but there's not really too much to say apart from the fact that Venom Crest just weren't all in position to make this play. 2 minds on whether they even wanted to make this play. And yeah, this indecision is going to cost them big time. They end up getting completely wiped and don't even take the dragon or anything of the sort.
And it's the same thing we're saying time and time again, really, folks, with Venom Crest. The indecision, they're caught in 2 minds, they're flip-flopping on their opinions and decisions. Whatever way you want to phrase it, this is not the first time it's happened this game, where they've had a lead and they've thrown a bit of it away by being too over-eager or wanting too much here. We want the mid lane tier 2, but we also want to contest the Drake, or maybe they're discussing in voice comms, whatever is going on in there. they're not reading from the same fairy tale right now, because that's what they need if they want to make it to Copenhagen, a full Danish roster here. We all know where they want to be. They want to find themselves in Copenhagen. That's what the ambition was at the beginning of the split. And I mean, if they can't unite on these simple decisions, well, how are they going to be able to mount the climb that is needed up this mountain to make their way to Copenhagen?
They do say, go hard or go home. In Venom Crest's case, go hard so that you can go home and play in Copenhagen for this full Danish roster. And so far, this ain't gonna cut it, bruh. This ain't gonna cut it, considering they need to... The winner of this series plays versus Los Ratones. I've won, but at what cost?
Exactly, right? You're setting yourself up for a date with destiny. Los Ratones seem the favorites to take the final spot in Copenhagen. A lot of other great teams still willing to battle them for it, but there is still no doubt in anyone's mind that they will be looking at it as saying, we should go to Copenhagen as the third seed, really. But Bulldog, Venom Crest, DMG, and Verden, and others, obviously still fighting for it. But Venom Crest, I mean, you aren't really fighting for much when Gooby gets caught like this. The re-engage is decent enough. You get one back as Copy goes legendary, but the Lilting Lullaby is on 2. You need to get Copy if you want to win the fight. Bisco, you've overstepped for the prize, however, but his team is finally there to back him up. Nida tries to find something here with the Fate Seal. Copy still alive, still hitting, but Bucci tries to say not today. Copy though, still kiting, still trying to carry Venom Crest over the line. He survives for now, taking down 2 in the meantime, but it's still DMG that won the fight.
Kobe is insane, man. 13 kills, 700 shutdown. He refuses to die. He's playing these team fights so well. Venom Crest are doing their best to throw all of this advantage right now. They keep getting caught out of position early. It's just not happening. Kobe is the guy. You just need to chill. Let Kobe do his thing. Walking up just a bit too early in all of these fights. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not looking too sexy. And DMG, credit to them, really punishing Venom Crest for these stopping mistakes.
Yeah, Venom Crest, man. We know what their flaw is like. We know they are really good individual players, but you can't be called out like this around a Baron Foxtrot.
Well, I'm kind of just scratching my head thinking, well, what were Venom Crest thinking? Like, what do you think is going to be there? It's Nash. Like, yeah, you don't see anyone on the map. It's perfect Nash time. Yeah, just a little bit of disrespect, I think, from Venom Crest. But look at this side set from the bowling ball. Look at this.
Oof.
Oh, he's just so cracked, dude. He's so cracked, bro.
Still got it. What a player Copy was, man. You know,
Is
Worlds with Splice in 2016 as well. You know, he's been around the block. He was actually the last time a big League of Legends final were in Copenhagen. He was there, playing in the third place match with Splice. You know, another one who was there, Bulldog support, Kasing, playing for Splice back in those days as well. That was when they.
Were you there as well?
I was there as well. A young 15-year-old duckling. That was an experience. It was definitely one. It will be a bit different next time.
Were you accompanied by an adult duckling?
I was actually not accompanied by an adult. I was accompanied by some friends who were also 15, and we had a great time. Met Reckless in the elevator going to the Fnatic fan meet, and I met all the superstars as well. I did meet Copy. Do have a picture with him. And I mean, those moments won't happen for him unless he locks in here and drags his team over the line, because I don't want to say they're all here trying to push in the opposite direction, but they are not all pushing in the same direction, that's for sure.
Yes.
And when you can't unite on the cause and get caught out around objectives, well, your goal lead, despite being 2K, doesn't feel like it.
Very true. It doesn't matter how far ahead you are if you're constantly fighting from a disadvantage because you're like 4v5 or something like that, then oh boy, yeah, that gold lead does not mean too much. Just, you know, they only have really one member that wants to frontline, which obviously is Wendell on the rail. But they have enough ways to check, right? For bad guys in bushes. You got Corky rockets, you got Skittles, you got that wall, you got shock blasts. There shouldn't really be any excuse for getting
an engage from Venom on the flank. Didn't even realize it was happening, but he only catches Kormsky in the beginning as Fatesky manages to kite back Doxy though, tries to take him down, but he can't quite at the damage. Not enough. Gooby caught out as well by Dandum as B-Score goes unstoppable. Copy still untouched, but the team keeps faltering around him.
Constant fighting, all this bickering between Venom Crest and DMG. It does not suit Venom Crest. They don't need to do this, and precisely as you say there, Ductin, mate. DMG will now secure themselves Soul. It is Ocean Soul, which can I say is a big deal in this game. If we're initiating a play with a Requiem, with a Karthus ulti, but we have Ocean Soul to heal it back up, and the poke from Jace and Corki, yeah, it's now a tough sitch, I will say, for Venom Crest, who were in a good spot, but that is very much a past tense statement, and now they are struggling.
I think what hurts the most here as a full-blown Dane is seeing these 5 Danes who I all know are very capable, good League of Legends players, continually throughout the split have the same issue of the miscoordination. They're uncoordinated. They are not committing to the same plays. They are different in their opinions of how they want to play the game, it feels like, to an extent, and it's really pulling them apart here in their do or die series. DMG feeling more and more confident as they grow into this. Bucci's getting tankier and tankier. Will take a long time to take down because, I mean, Kubi, not like he does a lot of damage this game, and what are the other carries? Well, they're all AD, and look at what Bucci's building. Soul as well now. I mean, Baron could be taken realistically, not too long, or not in a not too far future. So
I love that. I love that. You're talking about the tankiness of Bucci. He's just finished his randomins as well. What is a 3-item tank versus a 6-item Corki? Already got his armor.
We all know who wins that. It'll definitely be the Cassante, and the copy pasta will come out.
To be fair, you're right. The sad thing is you're not wrong.
Sadly not wrong.
It's probably still actually Bucci favored in that. Yeah, that is kind of sad. Oh, mate. Yeah, but I mean, Kobe's huge as well, and the fact that the frontline plays for DMG certainly are superior to Venom Crest, right? You do have the tanky members. You got this Ocean Soul as well. Venom Crest need time, dude. They need a little bit of time. Specifically, like, you want Karthus to be where Corki is right now. I mean, obviously you want everyone to be where Corki is right now, but my point is, like, the way that Karthus excels is when you have good pathing, you take advantage of potentially what's the word I'm looking for, like clustery games like this, chaotic, that's the word, chaotic games like this, to farm up. And he's not doing that because he's the one that's getting involved in all this chaos.
Yeah, another fight on the chopping block. Steps up a bit, and you can see the HP damage they take so quickly gets healed. The poke almost, you know, you can't even see it really when it comes to Bucci at the very least. They full shot blast to the face is what, 200 damage? So they have to pick off the carries, and speaking of being picked off, it's another pick on Gooby. The fight erupts, and you really know who's gonna win it, don't you, Foxtrot? Now the depth charge comes through, neither Copy and Doxy have to pull off a miracle to do anything this fight, as Doxy would rather just give over the triple kill as he tries to turn it around. Baron on the card, so maybe even they could push for the end.
They're looking for it, they're thinking about it. It should just be...
Cobby, Cobby, what are you doing, buddy? You're just stepping up looking for Peace Call, and instead they find the kill, but they'll lose them all. Surely this would just be game as Snyder in the 1v3, trying to do something, but with so little to say. It's the ace for DMG.
Not going to use the minion wave to push. Death time is not quite long enough at this point in the game. It will be that Baron going over to DMG, and a whole heap of sorrow in return for Venom Crest. A game that was so easily theirs from the early developments. We'll take another look at it. It all just starts and ends with what happened there. Gooby, he's dead once again, straight up the first member to die. And then it's just focus on the carries. The depth charge for Doxy, he can't do anything. No frontline available for Venom Crest as soon as the rail dies. I mean, you'd think he would win this a bit harder, to be honest. Like, Fatesky should just insta-pop there, but yeah, no. It just doesn't happen. And yeah, in the end, another 2-for-1. Poor fight here.
Baron gone
for
as well.
Venom Crest. Is it?
Yeah.
I think the observer's trying to subtly tell us something.
Just subtly. Yeah. I did get that info.
There are slight Baronless undertones to that.
I think a march towards the Nexus is the next thing realistically we are going to watch. The gold lead only sits at around 1,500 gold, but 2k rather. feels insurmountable though. This goalie doesn't fully describe the picture that I'm seeing in these team fights, because the damage isn't there for the side of Venom Crest. They don't have the front line either. The Ocean Sword is doing all the work, and I mean, how can they realistically win this? They have a full item Corki. He needs to have a masterclass, but we saw what he did in the 1v1 before against Tasty, so I'm not sure how that would even be possible anymore, as despite 13 kills in Copy's pocket,
6
he's
items
pushed towards
as
his base. A TP, a final fight really, as Kormsky could be the first pick off here. Doxy on the flank trying to poke out Kormsky, unable to connect on the shock blast. The siege still stands as Doxy rather walks towards the mid wave and just looks to clear that out. Elder is on the map soon as well, and I guess that's the next thing DMG wants to turn to.
TP flank from Jace. Nothing coming from that. That's got shades of Huni on that one. Doesn't quite work out for Venom Crest. And as you mentioned, Elder Dragon now going to be the next focus for these teams. I have to wonder whether Venom Crest can actually do anything about this one. I am doubtful of the optics.
They don't have the damage, and I mean, it's crazy, right?
You've
drafted yourself 4 carries, and you don't have the damage. I think
a lot of it's in poke versus Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I guess you're completely right, Fudge, because it was, once that soul came in, the momentum had fully shifted, the pendulum had swung decisively to one side as Standem is trying to take this Elder alone, and look at where his team is, Fudge. Well, they're pushing for an inhibitor in the mid lane. This could open up the way goal for Venom Crest to get something. Is this a jungler 1v1 for the Elder, as instead the others fight 4v4? I think maybe this could actually be favorable for Venom Crest, as this is the weirdest Elder take I've ever seen. Vendelbo on the flank looking for the carries. Instead though, he goes in alone, Nida ticking away at Kormsky's HP bar. The Elder gets secured by Dandom, and with that the game and first nail in the Venom Crest coffin gets knocked in. DMG can now step up and confidently walk up to a 13-3 copy and say, this is not your game to win.
Kobe must be crying right now, bruh. How have we not won this game, he says to his team. First game of this best of 5. DMG Venom Crest. It was hard fought. DMG really made it through the early, into the mid, despite Kobe's best attempts. First game, DMG.
That game, man, that feels weird in some sense. You know, Venom Crest, 0 bans in game 1. They find themselves in a confident goal lead, clear carries to play around. And ever since they made a few missteps around the Ocean Soul, well, the game felt unplayable despite for most of that part still being in a goal lead. What a weird and peculiar way to start this series, Foxtrot.
It's just, yeah. I mean, Venom Crest could have won that game. I'm just a little mad that they made us wait 30 minutes to do that. Like, bruh. Come on, dude. That's just rude. Just rude.
Yeah, you're right. Let's send it to the Destos so Asheram and the team can break it down further and ask the same questions we've been asking on cast, because there were certainly a League of Legends game that was just played.
He knows his game. It is League of Legends in Summoner's Rift, and
That's
I do really like EMG stepped up, but we need to talk about the beginning of the game, because it was certainly not the wave we were riding at the beginning of it, with the snake showing a new skin.
The snake looked so convincing in the early game, right? Because we talked about the importance of how the bot lane is going to look like, especially in the context of DMG, but actually bot lane is where things went extremely well for the other side, for Venom Crest, with Copy getting very early kills and snowballing from very early on.
Yeah, and honestly, like the other side, you don't necessarily really have the tools to play through that. You've got Lilia that needs that level 6, Cassandra who's pretty much a neutralizer over to the Jace, and then you've also got Victor that just wants to like sit on the sideline and farm, later on just show up with 3 items, right? You've got Rotovates as well that's scaling, so I feel like once the whole Misfortune Nautilus thing went wrong, it looked very, very promising from the side of Venom Crest, because when you have so much damage, so much raw damage on your champions that early on, you can really snowball games through that.
Yeah, and then the fights look very convincing for them early, and then even that exhaust on Karthus in the jungle looks convincing in some fights when they're able to control fights, Kim Misfortune, and take her down quickly enough. Or like in this fight, for example, well, all of a sudden there is a quick access for Doxy on the backlane with Vendel, who has had some really good fights on this role, by the way, in this game, and suddenly it looks like DMG are falling apart up until where they don't.
The story is getting written as Venom Crest building up those tiers, building up those first items, and we highlighted Kobe, and now he's capable of playing with any sort of lead through any champion. That Corki looked menacingly. We got to a point where he had 3 items versus 1 and then completion for Misfortune. And when you see this, it's like, they got it in the bag, correct? Surely.
Maybe or maybe not, because as we see in the later on fights, I feel like positioning was a big thorn for Venom Crest. A lot of their fights, it was Gooby getting caught up, and without Flash, he opted to go for that exhaust, right? You do not have any displacement tool. Calm Sky sees him, presses Q. Carthus cannot go anywhere. You don't have the Hourglass to actually dodge through this, so without survivability, without displacement through your summoner spells as well, it's kind of difficult, and I felt like Gooby kept running into enemy crosshairs right in not only this particular fight, but the later one wants to come. And actually, this is our last replay for you guys, because there weren't any really actual team fights after this. It was literally just members of Venom Crest getting caught, DMG capitalizing, getting neutral objectives, as you can see right here on the graph on the right as well, and just ending the game through them.
This goal difference over time, it pretty much tells the story of the whole game, right? With Venom Crest being in control from pretty early in the game, with a very big gold lead throughout the majority of the game, up until slowly but surely, bit by bit, DMG started to take away the gold lead from them. And I gotta say, a very big reason for that, I want to say, was Beast God. This guy, you can count on him, because in this game, if you look at the gold difference, all the lanes for DMG were losing throughout the majority of the game, except for mid lane. Mid lane was the only island of stability for DMG, because Beast God was in the lead.
And I felt like when the draft was sort of being constructed early on, when they saw that Carthus as a reply to Lilia, which is a very, very good reply to Lilia as well, you saw that insta-locked on the side of DMG, Lilia, Victor, Cassante. Cassante inherently very tanky, can build almost whatever item he wants to, whether it's more MR or more armor, but a very special component in the 2 AP carries that they had is the Hourglass. Not only is the Hourglass really good because it contains a lot of armor and you're playing against Jace, Yone, and Corki, but it's also a very crucial weapon with that stopwatch inside of the Hourglass to dodge the big Requiems that are going to come through from that Carthus. So I felt like build paths were so crucial right here, and as you saw, Lilia and Victor, second item Hourglass, you had a Solari on Nautilus, you had Bloodthirster on Misfortune, and attacking Cassante. It was just impossible to take him down.
I think it's exactly as we stated on the pre-show, how we were building up the tail. The MG are aware of the plan, they just go through it and they trust the process. It's like, is it burning? Is it not cooking? No, trust the process. We've worked for this and it's going to pay out in the end. But on the second game, bans will be available for the side of Venom Crest, as we need to understand if that's going to affect the game or not. As it stands, the MG are leading the series with 1 victory versus nothing versus Venom Crest. I'll see you soon. Don't skip a beat. Don't go anywhere. It's an early day still. Remember, best of 5, fearless draft. Those champions are gone and bans are back on the menu. Yeah, we need bans. We need bans. So with this, I don't know. There's a lot to highlight on the MG as we did before. The way they itemized, the way they understood their assignment, and they just kept with the plan, and it worked out wonderfully. But I think when you look into Venom Crest, there's also a few things to highlight. And there's a specific player I really like to highlight. Kobe.
Yes! Yes, no, we
Too
need to
good.
talk about him. Even though his team lost, and when you look at these stats, you gotta remember that this is stats of an AD carry of a team that lost game number 1. The stats are insane. First of all, he started snowballing extremely early. He secured a very nice lead on the bot lane very early in the game, and from their point on, he was a really big problem for DMG to deal with, just because of, first of all, how much damage he dealt, and second of all, how slippery he was with his moves.
I feel like when you have a player like Kobe in your team, you have to play around him. There's no other way. This guy has been incredible on a team that's losing. He's also outputting so much damage. Like his footwork was incredible as well. Dodging so many Lilia orbs flying his way. I feel like you ditch the everyone does damage, everyone carries on Venom Crest, and you just say, our Lord and Savior Kobe, save us. Give us that best of 5 win. We'll play for you. We'll create a team around you. Just carry us to victory, because it is a plan that works. DMG has done it for Fateski. Venom Crest should draft to play around Kobe.
I'm so happy you brought it up, because I think that's the key. The MG can work around a lot of ways, but you need to play for Kobe, because you know he's going to be there. And even when they don't play for him, at least at the beginning of the game, he's always capable of building leads. So if you solidify those leads, what will happen? That's what I want to see, as I'm getting information that Venom Crest selects red side for game 2.
Interesting. We're gonna see some counter picks coming through, and I wonder what this is. I think primarily the biggest takeaway when you're on red side is that your support can always R5, or you can have like a reply from your support, which is very important, specifically if you want to win towards that bot side of the map.
Aladi, I see something cooking. Yeah, I see it.
I'm not ready to cook yet, but I'm just thinking about cooking and about Venom Crest, because
Give me ingredients. Let's talk about it. Okay.
first of all, being on the right side and having bounce is a blessing for them, because they definitely don't want to let something slip through their fingers, like that Gwen, for example, the Polarizo bounce in the previous game. There are things that they absolutely need to bounce. Second of all, they now can finally target people on the enemy team, and it's a little bit hard to decide who to target, but I'm looking at the top lane, for example, because Doxy has had a pretty solid top lane in the previous game, but he was playing against Xante, and later on the team fights, it is unavoidable that Xante is still going to deliver a lot of value to the team. But how about maybe some more specific bounce against Bucci in case they want to put him on something a little bit more aggressive in game number 2?
I see the point. When we take into consideration that those kind of supports that are a little bit hard to engage are disappearing from the question. Only 2 so far. This is the best of 5, so those are going to disappear. You have to be, you have to bring something new. You don't have to cook the same thing every single time. So that also protects a little bit the AD carry we're highlighting. And if you go for red side, maybe there's a different sort of play style. Maybe we even get the Nico. I don't know. There's someone that really likes the Nico.
Listen, man. Okay, I feel that, okay. There's Nico. I'm holding a pencil right now, but think of it as a sword, as a double-edged sword, right? You pick Nico right here, super OP. You gotta be really good at playing Nico. No matter which side, it will stab you. You just have to be like, maybe just hold it from the middle. I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, Nico's double-edged sword, basically. It requires a very high skill ceiling to play the champion, specifically at support. And I feel like unless you've got a ton of practice with the champion, it becomes really difficult to play the later on fights. I feel like laning phase is the easy part, but when you actually walk into fights, it's very hard to play through them, because you make one wrong move, you're super squishy, you're gonna end up dying, and your value really drops.
I think the way you want to point it's like on one side you have Ping, which is like Ping, which is not the good side, and then you have Marlon, which is actually really good side of Nico. I see the point of view. Yeah, I just did it.
Hey,
I did it.
I didn't flame any players, man. Come on.
It's my job, don't worry. Now, about to jumping into game 2, obviously we got the Corki out of the equation, but when we look into those AD carries that can carry and out-position the enemy, what else do we have on the table? I think his Ashe is amazing. Kalista, for instance, I think it would shine on that, but that's more for the early game. You need to prioritize it. What else could we see here as we jump into the second champion selected? Look at this. Look. Okay, Rumble is out. Look at this. Venom Crest. Look at them. Come on. Better champion. There you go. Now it's fair. I'm happy.
I'm so happy that they're banning somebody.
Yes.
That's adorable. But listen, just one quick thought, okay, to continue what we're talking about with the AD carries Ezreal. I predict that we're going to see an Ezreal in this game, and I don't care from which side, because both Faetsky and Kobe have played Ezreal and have played a really good Ezreal, and it has to appear in this game. Also, Taliyah ban, a very good ban versus DMG on blue side, because it is a very easy blind B1 pick for DMG, and Bisgard has had an amazing game on that Taliyah just recently.
Even worse, Dandom likes to play Vi, and Taliyah loves pairing up with Vi right here.
Ugh.
So I feel like taking away the Taliyah is straight up out of the LPL book. You take away the Taliyah, also insanely good with things like Sinsao and Pantheon. She's just a very good setup mid laner for champions in the jungle that really want to fist fight in the early game. So right here, what do we have open? Nafiri, potentially for Dandom, if he chooses to go towards that path.
Or do we want to start with an AD carry in the end, just to make sure the Faetsky gets something safe? Or vice versa, do we want to lock Vi for ourselves? Because then we take it away from Gubi, we give it to Dandom, who's going to be super comfortable on her, and then we can give Bisgard something like Aurora, for example, or Aurora, I don't know, so many options.
So many options, so little time
No,
right here.
to be honest, he can play anything, but just his Aurora could fit so well here. I'm sorry, I'm delusional.
I feel like DMG have done some really cool drafting with their Vi, where they'll either go like Vi Ari, which is your casual typical duo, or they've gone towards the Hui for Biscard as well, with sort of aerial support when the Vi dives in. But right here, you've got the chance to play an all-in composition. You've got the Vi, you've got things like Kaisa and Nico that are really, really good playing with this Vi. So I don't know, man. I've watched too much LPL. DMG, I hope you have to. That's a Kaisa Nico slam on 2-3.
No. Venom Crest are pulling. I mean, it's not Vizichachi, of course, but it's still Poppy. That is a message. Hey, do you want an all-in composition by any chance? How about Poppy, who is going to stop your engage? How about Xayah, who doesn't care? He doesn't give a single feather about your engaging to her. Good read there by Venom Crest.
Instantly, you get this Xayah feeling a lot on the bot side. Do you pair it up with the support before you go into the second phase, and you actually take away those tools to get the additional hard engage? There you go. The Ezreal makes sense. But do you go
they're
for
going
the
for the aerial
now,
support
or for the mid?
I think they're going for the aerial support here. As soon as the Ezreal came through, things like the Hui that are very, very important together with Vi. You need to solidify like a mid-jungle duo, I believe, here, unless you want to take the Rakan away instantly from the Xayah. And also, straight out of the Lost Artonis book. I have nothing to say.
Vizir has played this champion. Not a lot. I think he has like one game in this split so far on Azuri, but this guy has like played every single champion on the mid lane once and then moved on to something else. You never know what to expect from him. I would have loved to see a Hui here, especially since he's the champion. The Beastguard has scored a penta in this split, but Azir will work here in this composition too.
Okay, you take away the bot line. It's secured. The Poppy's going for kind of the top, but maybe can go jungle as well. I see there was a feeling trouble. Is this because the Vi so far has nothing to play for?
She has no clothes on, man. This is a naked Vi so far. However, if you want to play more aggressive, which DMG have done, you can actually use that Vi to set up for your Azir. You pin someone down, Azir swoops them back, and this is how you play. But right here, I see very few targets that you can actually engage on with this Vi.
Yeah.
You're not going to be engaging on Xayah, Rakan, or Poppy. However, there are going to be more carries on the map, right? We don't know if this Poppy is actually going to end up in the jungle, which means that mid lane and top lane still have to come through for Venom Crest, and perhaps Dandom gets a few options there.
And there are so many options for Nari available right now with this Yone gone. There are still things. I'm thinking about something slippery as well for Venom Crest, just to continue with the idea, hey, do you want to engage into us? We're going to make your life as hard as possible. And he has played a lot of Tristanas on the mid lane as well, so that is somewhere in the back of my mind right now for Naida.
I didn't expect that one.
Me and Arsenal just tilted our heads. I'm like, a Sona ban?
Like, okay.
What? Do they know what's happening here? Sona Karma, of course. Karma an excellent pairing together with Ezreal. Do you want to know what's a better pairing for Ezreal than Karma? Starts with a knee, ends with a ko.
No way.
I'm telling you, man. Complete lane dominance. Absolute 1v9 of a machine. And the best part is that you don't have to go too deep with Nico when you have an Azir. Because Azir can swoop people back into your team, and that's where Nico locks them down, right? So I feel like it is a fantastic pairing right here. And also a very hard, heavy push lane towards that bot lane, which Dandom can then use to play towards that bot side of the map a little bit more aggressive with the Vi.
Okay.
They locked in a soul for neither.
Hey, that's
of
the
them.
avenue.
Before, yeah.
That is the opposite of what I was thinking for this team composition, but I quite like it because we're talking about a lot of scaling here. We're not just talking about matching the scaling of Azir later in the game, we're talking about outscaling him. And if we go into the territory of late game fights, this is going to have an insane value with the damage from the ultimate, with the slow on the ground ultimate. That's starting to look very interesting, but yet again, very late game oriented for Venom Crest.
I love that. Who the heck kills Sion on Venom Crest's side? They do not necessarily have an AD carry, a hyper AD carry in the likes of Xayah. Like, she's really good, she builds crit, but she does need a buddy to weather down those big, beefy targets. And primarily, her reasoning right here, and Nami? Without a Lucian?
Oh god.
All right, talk to me, Calm Sky. You know what? Bring him in. Like, end of draft interview, bring him in. And Nami?
If you think about it from their perspective, right, you have a really good ultimate for the team fights with a very nice knock-up to work around. You have the empowerment for auto attacks, which is going to be super important for both Ezreal and for Azir. So I can see the idea here, but I'm not sure if it's the best option they had to go with.
It's not an MF, but the team fight potential on that team for Venom Crest is quite scary.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on. The teams are picked. Reasoning before we toss it to casters.
All right, I think that Dandom is not going to have a very fun game. However, DMG's front to back, I believe right here, is very superior. And again, unless Wendell finds a super good angle for a flank with Arakan to enable the cannon to get in, it might be a little bit hard to pin down things like Ezreal and Azir in a team fight.
Ooh, I really love the idea of Cannon and Asol in the draft for Venom Crest, and I think it can be a very explosive teamfight composition for them. So I'm going to go with them for this game, just because I want to see it dragged into 5 games, but my heart is going to be with DMG.
So far, only one for DMG. It's the early of the day. Will they be able to put Venom Crest against the wall with a 2-0 on match point and moving on the lower bracket? We'll have to wait and see as we jump into the Summer's Rift with Duckling and Foxwell.
Thank you very much, Archon. Well, the drafts have certainly been drafted, and surprises have sprung up to say the least here, Foxjob, as I'm unsure how I feel about this for both teams. I like some of the ideas, and I'm against some of them, but I want to hear your take first.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, isn't it? We've definitely got something spicy cooking again here today. Like we had in game number 1, it seems like we're just going to get that series. This is going to be one of those days today. Yeah, I mean, we started off pretty chill. I'd say the first 3 picks, the first round of the draft was pretty standard, right? Zyrakan bot, Poppy jungle, Vi jungle with Zeres, that kind of thing. But my goodness, were these some spanners towards the end of it here. I do like, however, the idea of this to me looks much more like a facilitatory team comp from Venom Crest for Kobe, right? Something like that, the cannon that provides good team fight tools and even some peel in team fights as well. Kobe himself, the Zyrakan, great at keeping themselves in check and chilling. And I think that's the success that Venom Crest need to really build on, right? You saw it in the first game when Kobe was going mega on that Corki. Weren't able to bring out the victory, but I think in this game for Venom Crest at least, the identity is very simple here, very chill, very Kobe focused.
Yeah, I mean, the Xayah, a champion with decent attack range, but going up against, in particular, an Ezreal, very long range, and the same can really be said for the Azir, who also has a lot of range to work with. My big worry is that if he doesn't manage to close the gap, he might be poked out before he manages to do so. We will see, however, as I do like the fact they've got themselves a strong 2v2, and I do like the fact they're trying to play for Kobe. the question if it will work out, the answer will naturally come as the game progresses, as Gooby starts off a little bit of an invade here, Foxtrot. You're the jungle guy, what is he cooking?
Yeah, this is it. Like, it seems to be matched on the other side as well. Like, it's read by Dandem. He just queued, he used his Vault Breaker over the wall to avoid the vision, so that the Venom Crest don't actually know this return invade has happened. So it's good information early here from DMG to recognize Scooby was going for that invade and to match it with their own invade. And to be honest, this could actually work in DMG's favor, because I don't think Venom Crest have any idea that that Dandem has done this, right? I mean, they did have a ward on his blue, so they might suspect something, but here comes the collapse. Scooby actually, both level 2 from Calm Sky and Fateski.
Level 3 now, does have the flash available this time. Taking that over the exhaust and able to get his way to safety. But that's the flash forced, and they put Gooby under so much pressure in game number 1, and well, Foxtrot is continuing in game number 2.
It is. Scooby caught a little bit, but crucially for him was able to finish off the Krug camp so that he got level 3 and was able to get that level up in the stats to keep him safe. And to be honest though, the amount of damage that Fateski took there, it's not terrible for Venom Crest at the end of the day as far as their bot lane is concerned. And Dandem, for DMG, able to sweep out that entire top side. He's no worse for wear. When all things are considered here, despite all of the action that's happened, it's pretty even across the board.
Yeah. I mean, it is just that flash being forced, right? It's something you can't really account for in goal, but moving away from that jungle conversation for a bit, I'm excited to see Dogsy on the Kennen. Not a cherry we'll see a whole lot of in the NLC. Last player I really remember as a big Kennen player was Madly from Tricked in 2021, who ended up winning the split. In particular, having a great game on that champion in the finals. Dogsy, just like Madly, a big carry top laner as well, and we'll see if he can put out a good performance as well. Goes a bit too far underneath the turret, and the Ignite taking on Kormsky won't be enough to secure the first blood. I was, talking about the top lane, but just like game 1 bot lane is where the action's at.
Yeah, there's no flash now on Calm Sky, and Gooby has Hex flashed over the Dragon Pit looking for this dive.
They don't know he's here, and he's able to tank up the turret for a bit. The ward is too late, Kormsky. Your fate is likely already sealed. No summoner spells to save you, and yet again, into President Copy's lobby, or rather, pocket. First blood gold goes.
Very nicely done here by Venom Crest.
He can stop the recall.
Yeah,
and there is no flash on Gooby. Remember from earlier, and Fateski wants that kill easily. He does actually flash over. I thought it was the E invested, but instead it is the flash just to make sure he evens out the gold difference there in the bot lane.
So unnecessary though for Venom Crest to let that happen. I mean, they're just greedy recalls from Wendell and Gooby. What's the point? Just walk away at that. But yeah, it's a good dive. Get some kill over the Kobe. And crucially though, no flashes on these bot laners, right? It's all for DMG at least. I just come straight back down. If I'm Nitro, I'm looking here as well.
Oh, they want this 2v2. They don't expect the DMG trying to push out the wave. Foxtrot. Venom, he is very low. Goes into on Kormsky, who knows is no something so squishy. Just level 3 on this Nami. And another kill for President Copy comes in. Could be looking to fight Fateski still, but will rather just clear out the wave. And this time I think there is no bait about the recall as Venom gets spotted out, able to jump out to safety.
Yeah, Kobe had an opportunity to just flash in there and just auto-attack Fateski down, but yeah, we're going to be chilling for now. Some very sneaky stuff by Kobe and Wendell as, uh-oh, Knight is in trouble.
Oh,
no.
Tandem!
Oh, no.
Oh, please blink while we saw that so everyone missed it. It's a little bit of a horror mistake there from the jungler as he calmly walks back towards his jungle. It's happened to us all. We've all been there before. Mistiming some combo with the flash. Happens to the best of us, as Dando just proved there. Both of these junglers, though, level 5, 6 minutes on the clock. Well, the grubs have been served, and Dandon, after the flash mistake earlier, just goes back into his jungle. Doesn't want to contest it.
Looks like the grubs are actually going to go down as well for Venom Crest. They're going to start them up. Calm Sky is not in the area. He's now moving back to bot lane on the Nami. So with the roam from Wendell, this means there should be free here for Venom Crest, and another successful early game. Getting some early objectives, getting the kills and the plays. The thing is, Duckling, we watched a good early game in game number 1 for Venom Crest, right? And it was even better than this. And we all know how that game ended. Was not positive for the Snakes.
Yeah.
But, it's good to get the advantage, but you've really got to build off of it. That's the challenge now.
I like that point, and let's note that down in our heads, because despite Venom Crest continually showing they're able to play the lanes, play the early game, what we need to see for them next, if they want to take the step up as a team, is coordination in the mid to late game. You know, being on the same page, committing to the same place, going at the right time, and not getting picked off. Those are the criteria for success, because as I've said multiple times, and as they've proved in their early game and laning phases, they are not bad players individually. They just haven't been able to put it all together, you know, bake the full cake. They're simply just the ingredients, yeah.
I mean, they're very good players individually.
They are.
Definitely. They're a very talented lineup. On paper, one of the best teams we should have here in NLC. But they just, their team play it does leave a lot to be desired. It's been sloppy. Decision-making wise as well, there's been a lot of hesitation, split minds, split focus, and that has definitely cost Venom Crest in that first game. Mate, it was on display for everyone to see, and it was extreme. It was bad in that.
And let's see, this could be one of those scenarios as Kormsky, without the flash, caught out for the third time. The Nami pick is getting punished as Fatesky next up on the menu. The feathers fly and finds the double kill there for Copy. And look where Goopy goes, this time a bit more coordinated to take the Drake as well. This bot lane 4-0. President Copy is nicely being tucked into bed and scaling greatly towards the late game.
that he is. He's got his hot cocoa. He's been read a bedtime story, and he's sleeping smoothly on this one. 4-0. Already. But again, dude, I hate to sound like I broke a record. He got like 3 kills in 5 minutes in game number 1. But still, I don't want to sound like a doomer. It's all good stuff here for Venom Crest. And it is just, hopefully, from their perspective, you know, you get burnt by the fire and then you learn your lesson, right? And that was game 1. That should have been game 1, right? They got burnt. And now they know that fire's hot. And they won't go so close to the fire. And hope they can build off of Kobe's success. That's what you need to look for here as this game progresses.
Yeah, and let's see what happens mid lane first as Nida forced to flash. The star comes down. It's not the grand starfall, just a little one to do some damage as Dandem spots out Venom. Goopy has rotated here as well. Duxie in the top lane has used the slicing maelstrom already, so not much more to realistically say. The magic resist is enough for Bucci to keep him alive.
Yeah, Bucci's very, very low right here. And as you can see, the magic resist. Oh, yeah, that was brilliant. Nicely done there by Nita. You can see the magic resist from Sion. Jeez, he's wrapped up warm. Look at all those cloaks. He's not messing about in that top side.
It might still be winter in Norway, man, or Sweden, rather.
Yeah,
we'll find out eventually.
That's fair. That's fair. And Bucci's Swedish. Just saying.
Yeah. I did actually correct myself, Foxtrot. Maybe the mic didn't pick it up, but
sorry.
Thank you for exposing my mistake. I will say I would like Bucci way more if he was Norwegian, because we all know I hate those damn Swedes. Bucci though, he's acceptable. He's funny enough to make up for the Swedishness. But we'll see as the 2v2 continues down in the bot lane.
Yeah, okay. Alright, 10 minutes on the clock right now. Almost 2,000 in the lead for Venom Crest.
That's good.
Very good. Yeah, really, really good stuff. A lot of it's on Kobe bot side, but you can see too, again, similar to game number 1. Gosh, there's so much deja vu in this one.
Yeah, really.
Doxie has got a lead topside just from playing the lane. He has been given that range versus melee matchup for the second game in a row. So it's somewhat expected that he will have the advantage in the lane.
It's expected, right? But he's living up to
Definitely.
the expectation. And I think that's, a sign that he's still, playing up to the level that we expect from Doxie. Mid lane, it's somewhat even Foxtrot, but I think Bisco is someone whose laning phase has been severely underrated, going toe-to-toe as well with Nemesis in his series against Rosbertone's last split in the playoffs in terms of laning game, or laning phase stats rather, and obviously falling behind as the map capitulated around him. So, they're finding themselves in lead, and realistically every lane outside of mid, and then obviously jungle, but they just need to put it together.
Yeah, they got the pieces. You're absolutely right. Just has not quite figured out for them. Unfortunately for Venom Crest, they don't have a lot of time to figure it out. Obviously, in this series right now, They already stand the risk of getting knocked out. What's this thought right here? Wendell's going for the dive. No
He's pretty
mana
low
on
though.
Feitsky.
I mean, Feitsky's got no mana, but Copy's got little HP, and that is what will win out in the end. The Ignite, is it enough? One more tick is needed, and it will secure the kill in the end as Venom Crest pick up yet another, the 5th 2v2 kill down on the bot lane.
Oh, brutal stuff. Brutal stuff. That last tick on Feitsky, and he was under turret there as well, so he's going to lose that wave, the crash, and a good little reset now as well for Kobe. Like, he's got 1 and a bit items, and unfortunately for Ezreal, he's still waiting to come online, right? We talk about that, the item power spikes, champions on like Ez and Corki in the previous game, you need that Triforce to there you go, he's just built the Triforce. But you also need to get that tier stack too. So, yeah, he spent a lot of this game really being just very, very weak and finally able to get something in his pocket to actually fight back against this Venom Crest bot.
Yeah, speaking of fighting back, Dandon will do that against the Venom Crest bot lane, but realized he's gone a bit too far here and will pay for it with his life. Nida picks up his first kill of the game. And prior towards the bot side means that Venom Crest should just be able to walk up and deal a bit to the place, but instead they continue their invade and maybe looking to give Nida some control in the mid lane as Bisco nicely slides and glides his way to safety.
Yeah, first kill now for Aurelion Sol. He hasn't really been able to do Aurelion Sol things, to be honest, in this game. You think of Aurelion Sol as a bit of a robot. Hold this now as Wendell on the flank.
Yeah, Komsky feeling pretty safe with the flash up, so instead Wendell turns his attention to Feitsky with the dragon coming in, doing dragon things. Foxtrot as Scooby flashes forward underneath the turret. They will go as Scooby picks up the first kill. They'll happily dash their way out. They got what they came for, and that's another kill in their pocket.
That's on me, DMG. My bad, my bad. I did go Niter into starting to roam.
You cast a cursed man.
Yeah, I did say he hadn't roamed a lot, and then boom, straight away makes his first play and kills Feitsky, who's been focused heavily in this game. George just said on the desk as well, like the strategy of just playing through Kobe. It's all you need to do on Venom Crest. You've got him. He is the guy. And this game, my goodness, 6 deaths between the bot lane of DMG right now. And 4-0 on Kobe once again. It's all coming to plan.
Yeah, it is all coming to plan. And I think if we're to summarize this as the second Drake is up as well, something I learned in business school, right, Foxtrot, was the thing that you have to do in terms of your marketing and how you make your communication clear. It's keep it simple, stupid, KISS. That is what the Venom Crest game plan has become this game. Because game 1, you know, 3 winning lanes, hyper carry jungler in terms of full power farm, the only AP win condition. We're gonna have to play our fights this and this way. Now, forget all that. Keep it simple, stupid. Play around Copy in the bot lane, get a team fight composition around him, and then let's just carry with him. Instead, though, Koopy has now been caught between 2 turrets, and fair enough. I mean, he's playing it very safe. Top just play safe, and that's exactly what he does as he wiggles his way out to safety. The turret will likely die up in the top side, but little will it matter. The first, or the upgraded boots already claimed. That turret would obviously be a bit of gold as the second Drake goes into Venom Crest's pocket.
I agree with you, big time. Keep it simple, stupid. KISS. I'll change it a little bit, though. How about KISS? Kobe is super sick at League of Legends.
That's a fire, and I can't take that seriously. And Feitsky dies tonight. He wants even more as well. Not done. Chasing here today as Komsky is the sushi on the menu, but able to survive. You can't catch him 4 times. You might catch him thrice, but he has put a limit to it. As Copy is super sick.
Yeah, he is. He's sharing the wealth around now as well.
That gives me so much that the meme, you know, the what's good fellow kids.
Oh yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah, that's you.
Mate.
Yeah, guys, Copy is super sick.
It's that hurts a little more because you are literally one of the kids and I am.
Yeah, sadly.
I will be 32 next week.
Oh my.
I'm old. Yeah. I'm an old fart, man. I'll start planning my retirement, start looking at homes. Will you visit me when I don't remember who I am and what League of Legends is?
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I will remember this as Doxy will have to make his way out of our 1v2 situation. Slicing Maelstrom is available. TPs as well. And he fancies this fight, turns it around on Bisco. And Dandom next up on the list. Instead, the turret will be in their sights as it's a nice turnaround from Venom Crest.
Perfect turnaround there. Doxy looked like he was going to face his first death of the game, but instead the tables were flipped. And it was Bisgard to fall down. The turret as well there. Great execution, great team play, great communication from Venom Crest. 3 things that we did not see out of them in the first game. 3 things they've done so well here in game number 2.
Oh, here comes the pain train looking for Copy, who's forced to flash away. Ventel now caught in a rough space though, but that Sire Rakan range is disgusting. And here comes Nida from the side. Bucci forced to flash Goopy on the side as well, looking for Fateski. And instead though, he's the one caught out, and that's a familiar tale from game number 1, as Bucci will pick up that kill.
At least that time it wasn't Gooby initiating orchestrating his own death in that one. And good pickup though for DMG in a game they're really falling quite far behind, able to just go 1-0 and get a little objective for it too. Really nice stuff actually for them, as Venom Crest don't even have an answer to this play.
Yeah, it's actually a winning play for DMG, and you know what I thought about while you were saying that, Foxtrot? This was about the same time last game it happened, you know, around those 15-16 minutes in. They got a 1-for-1 where DMG, you know, came a bit more out on top, and then the next one it became a 2-for-1 where DMG got a soul point as well, or a turret. And while this goalie feels nice, you're 1.3k ahead on top lane, so you have a really strong top lane that copies 2 items. We've seen what can happen with this size of goalie. They lost it last game, so they need to keep this good momentum up. They can't afford to let it slip, and something like this catch would be very nice. And I think Dandom is just dead here. The damage is too much to handle. You can't punch your way out of this, as the last few autos will come through. Doxy to claim his 2nd of the game.
Good little catch there onto Dandom, sneaking into the jungle as Bisgard fancies his chances versus Knight. Oh, the fish is catching!
Oh, the wave will catch the dragon in the end. The Grand Starfall comes down as now Knight just breathes on Komsky, but the Nami carry is not enough! Oh my god! He tried so desperately, but with 50 HP, Nida survives.
Wow, normally it's the mid laner catching the wave. This time it was the wave catching the mid laner, but it doesn't matter. It's not enough. Somewhere I can hear trouble just rolling in a, not quite her grave, but her non-Nico picked grave. Why Nami? That was Nico, pentakill. And so far this Nico hasn't quite worked, sorry, this Nami hasn't quite worked out.
I feel so bad, man. I mean, you can see Komsky was certain he would win that 1v1 as Nida just stood still holding the Q button. And Komsky used everything, you know, the exhaust trying to sidestep hitting abilities, and Nida just held down his Q and got the solo kill. And instead, they fight it up being a loss for Venom Crest.
Outskilled.
Yeah, exactly, outskilled. Key timer here.
Outskilled.
Venom Crest have thrown it away around objectives. In 15 seconds, there's a Drake on the map. There will also be an Artican. 2 big objectives, a soul point and an Artican to play for. Maybe this is the place they've thrown it, or this is the place they show they've put it all together and managed to play their mid game.
I think DMG, you gotta concede this one. You know you're not in a position to contest, but the question is, what do you do instead? I can see lots of pings to the top side of the map on that turret. They do have a wave pushing in with Bisgard, so it's going to be the exchange. This Chemtech Drake soul point here for a big push on the top lane with DMG. I like this answer. There are some members of Venom Crest around. There might still be something to say about this.
Yeah. And again, the goal is within reach. The 5k is, you know, not regard. Oh, let's go back to the fight. Rather, Pisco is caught out here. Great keepers verdict away from Gooby. And that will be Dandom going in his grave. So the goal lead continues to grow. It is not insurmountable. It's not insignificant either. But DMG managed to get something back. And what did Venom Crest do? Well, Foxtrot finally a coordinated response.
Good stuff. Yeah, Venom Crest just not hesitating in this one. Much different to the first game. They got those jitters out of the way, and now they're executing brilliantly.
From the flank will secure the sashimi. Ducky now on a killing spree as Bucci. Now that's tanky this time around. The feathers will fly right into the backs of this robot machine. Another kill. 15 now for Venom Crest, only giving up 2. This is now starting to feel like they have this game in the palm of their hands. If they throw this away, then what can't they throw? Because every lane is leading, and look at how clean it is across the board. About more than 1.5k in every lane.
This feels like what Game 1 should have looked like with the starts that Venom Crest had. And big credit to them for fixing their mistakes and making it happen here in game number 2. This is an exceptionally big lead at this point, right? 6,000 gold over, and just over 20 minutes as well. Like, being on sole point. DMG don't have a lot of time to get back into this game. They got 3 minutes till that soul is up. Atakan's being looked at too. It all just fall apart right now for DMG.
Yeah, it can all just fall apart. Let's see here for Biscoas. Yeah, I think he's just dead. Has to accept his fate. 4th kill now in a row for Kubi without dying on a rampage. Doing a lot better on this puppy as Venom continues to go forward confidently, feeling himself. His fate, he's caught out and taken down. But Kobe is super sick.
Super sick, Kobe. This is it. This is the Venom Crest I was really expecting to see today. My prediction was a 3-1 for Venom Crest. And it feels like when they're firing, they do just seem a cut above, right, in the NLC here. Really, really quality side that we have. And to me, like, I look at this game and I think just how one-sided it is. You think, how on earth could DMG even have a say in this series? Of course, they already had one in game number 1. It feels like Venom Crest are their own worst enemies in this time around. They've silenced their own critics in themselves and relatively smoothly cruising their way to tying up this series in game 2.
This is massive, right? It feels like it's about the right time as well for Venom Crest to lock in, because going, 2-0 down, especially feeling like you had both games in the palm of your hand, would have been really hard to overcome. But within such a short time, looking so completely different in terms of how they react to the map, how they decide to go for plays, what plays they commit for, and doing it all together is a monumental victory for them. Still need to get it over the line, but there's a Baron in a minute's time. The goal lead is 8,000, soon to be 9-10 as well if they find a few more plays in that favor. And Foxtrot, that was my big complaint for Venom Crest. We knew their players were good, individuals, but the team faltering when they were combined. But maybe they figured out how to put the pieces together correctly.
I fully agree with that one. I fully agree with you on that front. And Venom Crest as well, just as an organization, let's not forget, this time last year, Venom Crest won it all.
Yeah.
The winners of the NLC. And then coming into winter, they bowed out pretty much as the first team to go. Very unceremonious. Now looking to change that narrative here in the spring split. It all starts here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Vettel on the flank looking for the carries, and that ultimate is disgusting. The slicing maelstrom will seal the final blow as Venom Crest will walk all over DMG, claim themselves 3 and maybe even 4 kills on their road to what will be a Baron or breaking open the base.
Dandem running for it. No, that's not the way you want to go. That's no bueno right there. He's going to fall as well. Venom Crest now almost 10,000 in the lead. 25 minutes into this game. Won't just be able to finish quite right now. That time is a little too short for that, but as you mentioned, this Nash is open, this dragon has spawned, and this will be so. We'll take another look. The combo is gross. The Rakan, the Grand Entrance, the Starfall, the slicing Maelstrom. Oh, it is disgusting. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about that if you are DMG.
Yeah, and that is the nail in the coffin of this game. And it is about to be time that I say the usual phrase heard for more than 10 years now in the League of Legends scene. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hands. If I've cast a cursed it here, I profusely apologize. But this feels all but done. The scaling is alright on the side of DMG, but you can't deny that Venom Crest scaling just as good, if not even better. 3 items, spikes, Baron on the menu as well. They haven't ordered it yet. Instead, they would look to try and push out these wave and just gain as much standing gold on the map to continue growing that gold lead. As a sick 1v1 is happening down in the bot lane. Disco and Nida both flashing as they battle out against each other, but both also surviving, with the rest of Venom Crest trying to push this top side.
feel like you just turn to Nash. Just do Nash. I mean, the
You
risk
can force him
of
to the
Nash
fight, right?
is...
And then just turn.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't want to throw Nash here and give it to DMG and get them back into the game, but you don't even let it get to that point, bro. You just force them towards it, pull the trigger, get the fight.
Yeah, Bucci desperately trying to do something here as Copy just cuts through his HP so easily. Fatesky locked up against the wall, and the damage from the tank and support is enough to force him to barrier. He survives for now as Scooby is low. Here comes the dragon to breathe hot fire on the rest of DMG. The flashes have been burned. The sight is set on the Baron here for Venom Crest.
And with this Baron, you have to feel the buff being up. It will just be the end of the game and tying up this series. They've actually timed it really well too. They'll have the Baron by the time this is down, and then the buff expires. The Elder Dragon
might have to
will
contest.
be spawning. Nah, there's no... yeah, well...
I mean, they can
I
get
guess
in. They're
rock and
trying,
hard
but...
place. Yeah.
Oh, damn, he made it!
Oh!
And then he
Then it
disappeared.
gets
A star fell on his head, and that's a rampage for Nida. A bit of confusion as I wasn't sure if he would close the gap. He did, not in time, and then there was nothing more to be said from him. Do they need to recon? Yeah, they could spend the unspent gold by risk anything. But they're also prepping the wave, setting up for what would fucked up surely be the final push.
All comes down now to this moment for DMG. Can they hold on, keep this series, or this game in this series alive? It's asking a lot. I feel like you just kind of give this one a wash and move into the next game, but this will decide it right here. We've got Soul, we got Nash, we have 13,000 advantage in our wallets. Venom Crest, it's all looking gravy.
That's all you have to do right now, right? Is it not just slap them with your wallet and then win the game? You're so far ahead now. You almost have to fountain dive to mess this up. If there is anything to be said and done, it has to be a miracle fight from B-Score. Level 15, 2.5 items on the Azir. But look at the levels. Copy is higher level as Bucci might have lost his driving license since last week because that driving was horrendous. Right into a wall as now Venom Crest, I mean, they take the opportunity to break open the base.
What can you do if you're DMG here? You've got to find a miracle engage, but it's so tough.
2. This is impossible to play against. B-Score has no flash, but he'll have to pull out miracles here. He gets thrown towards the base with the Keeper's Verdict, and instead, the game is done here. Or maybe not. They managed to back off. The 6 Void Drop tickling down on the turret and manages to take it down as well. The Nexus is now open. The fight has begun, but the outcome is already set in stone. Kormsky will die one more time, and 7 deaths for the Nami here. 1 assist only to his name. 27 kills on the board. Make it 28 as Venom Crest tie up this series. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hands.
29 minutes on the clock. Venom Crest pull it back, tie it up into a 1-1 with what was, honestly, probably one of the most one-sided games that I've seen here in the NLC. And I'm very happy for Venom Crest because this was a game that started very similarly to game number 1, but they were able to do the little things that needed to happen to prevent them from completely throwing it like they did in the first game. Yeah. It was just not even close once we got out of that early game.
Big statement for them. Really cleaning up many of the mistakes they made in game number 1. And very cleanly closing out that goal lead in less than 30 minutes. To talk more about it and look through how Venom Crest tied up the series, let's send it to Ashram on the desk.
There's the tie. Warnings were made during game 1. Kobe warned everybody, if I get my hands on a hyper carry, oh, you're gonna learn the harsh lesson. That's the lesson.
I didn't know the lesson was Nami and Ezreal dying about 6 times each before laning phase is over. That was pure dominance down bot lane.
Yeah, honestly, it was dominance everywhere because if you look across the lanes, there was not a single winning lane this time for DMG, but bot lane is definitely where things started and ended. The people end all there on the bot lane, and it's not just Kobe this time. As much as we want to highlight Kobe, To me, it feels like Vendel in this game was a very big talking point. We talked a little bit about his rel performance in game number 1 with his insane engages. This time, having his hands on the Rakan, another very hyper-engaged champion, he showcased himself massively because he was extremely aggressive on this lane, and this aggression allowed Kobe to secure those very early game kills and to shut down Faetsky's Ezreal.
I just didn't necessarily... I tried to figure out what the Nami really does here for the Ezreal, and I guess it just adds another layer of poke. Also, we will not talk about the Vi damage right here compared to the Nami. Just don't look, guys, don't look. But I just couldn't figure out why a Nami would potentially be better here rather than a Nico, for example, that sets up for fights, helps you push that bot lane, gives some priority over to Vi. I feel like... somewhere right here, DMG, you know, I do always really praise them for cooking, but man, did they cook so hard here. I want to praise our fallen hero up in the top lane, because while everything was going on, I just want to put everyone what Bucci's POV looked like from the top side. That's right. That's right, production. Thank you very much.
Sacrificed. And yeah, I totally agree.
That's
and,
his player cam.
B1,
We didn't cook
it
this
is,
up. That was
100%.
his player cam. 100%.
Yeah.
even with the gray and everything. But yeah, I agree 100%. And the Vi is out, and Denim didn't have the game he was expecting to get their priority on the B1 Vi. So adaptation is required. But when I look into Venom Crest and look again into the bot lane, because yet again they gave signs and results of what Kobe is capable of doing, I don't think Xayah is a high priority champion on hyper carries. You have other hyper carries that Kobe can still take into the Rift and make things really hard. So this was just an example, and there are a lot of other champions that can do the same.
Absolutely. First thing that pops to mind, of course, Varus has been perma-banned, however, but I'm looking at Kalista, I'm looking at Jhin, I'm looking at Ashe as well. Things that you can really, really shine on that are super high priority currently in the meta, that also have pretty good pairings with supports. Because we're going into game 3, but not a lot of engaged supports have been taken out the pool. Leona and Alistar still in there.
Well, at least you know if Kobe wants to play the Lucian, he won't have the Nami to pair with him. And as we wait for game 3, we're waiting still for side selection. So don't skip the beat, we'll be right back.
5 head.
Red side selection for DMG, and as we go through this storyline, it looks like red side is gaining the priority on this series. Counter pick, picking 2 at the same time, probably getting something for the bot lane to try and not overcommit and play safe. I don't know, because Kobe's being Kobe. He's there. It's him.
I have a better idea, Captain. How about we don't give Bucci his 3rd tank of the day?
Yes, please. Anything other than tank would do. Literally anything. He has so many other champions in the pool. Just not Science, not Xantes, for God's sake, please, anything. But then, to be honest, then I look at the bot lane again, and I wonder what Kobe's going to play, because to be fair, we haven't seen a lot of Venom Crest games throughout the regular split this time, so we don't really have a lot of understanding of what champions he's going to play. We've seen a lot of Ezreals. Ezreal is out of the game after the previous game. We've seen Miss Fortune as well out. We've also seen the Ashe from him, which was a very big Ashe, so I'm thinking that might be the direction in which the team wants to go this time, but other than that, I don't know what else to expect from him.
It also brings the fact that they revealed the AD carry before DMG presented their bot lane. So they're comfortable picking against what DMG is capable of providing. And hey, this is the open pick. We're comfortable. If you want to counter pick, hey, you do you. We're still gonna win. So getting the blue side, even trying to prioritize the bot lane, doesn't seem that uncomfortable for the Venom Crest as it stands. But if they find a way, maybe Bizguard stepping up like he did on the Victor, Aurelion Sol was an attempt. Didn't really connect with what they want. But let's see. Venom Crest is on the blue side, DMG on the red side. Renekton yet again. Bucci, well, maybe Ornn is available.
And Tyson, I swear, if they pick Ornn for Bucci, I'm out. I'm actually gone.
Don't. Yeah, all in favor. Yes. Oh, Ash, they know. They know.
They know.
I will call the coaching staff and be like, give this man a carry right now. Right now.
Because this was Venom Crest banning the Ashe.
Okay,
Kalia ban.
that is a Kalista Renata in the making. The only reason you ban Ashe that early is because Kalista doesn't like to play versus Ashe. Ashe is a direct counter pick, so I'm expecting Venom Crest right here to slam that Kalista B1, and then you've got 2 choices. You either go for the Nico or you go for the Renata. Whichever one gets taken away, the other one will more than fine complementing things like the Kalista.
You just want to see Nico finally being played. I swear.
I mean,
with
it's
Kalista, that would be
S-tier
good.
pairing with Kalista.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm not judging.
You have a Pokemon, you throw it, and a Pokemon deals a lot of CC. Lulu is removed. Yet another important pick. Let's see.
No fellas jinx for you, Fatesky.
You take Gwen.
They take Gwen.
Okay.
They take Gwen out. Now, I wonder, because last time it was Venom Crest banning out Talia, because Bizguard has had really explosive games on Talia, and this time exactly, do they want to take it as B1? Yes, because it's a very safe B1. You take it away from Bizguard, you give it to Nidar or to Guppy, depending on what you prefer, and you still have a good laner for yourself. I love that little Ambessa have right there, by the way, for which whatever he decides to go into, as long as it's not a full tank, please, thank you.
You blind pick it. Again, you're putting Bucci on an uncomfortable position. 3 games in the red scarlet.
Okay.
Saved.
Saved.
Saved. Okay. You got the Skyrim right here. Usually it's paired up with things like the Rumble over in the top lane because she sets up really nicely for him. However, right here, Dando more on a facilitating role over in the jungle. I think he knows what's coming. Usually when you pick Talia, Pantheon and Zinzao are her 2 top pairings, especially since you want a fist fight in the early game. However, right here, DMG, they're showing their hand straight away. It's scaling. I'm looking at Fatesky. He came to me and he introduced himself as, I'm the Aphelios Jinx guy. And so far what I'm seeing, he looks like an Aphelios Jinx composition. What is going on?
But the fish is gone.
Oh, that's good. Okay, saved.
Scout, okay.
Saved.
No, you were just talking about it after the previous game. But Emilio still works really well with Lucian. He provides him with the additional range that he really needs and with the survivability. And his ultimate is going to be really important in the DMG, especially if they decide to double down on the control into the enemies, which is what you usually want to do if you already have Scan in your team.
And I really love the adaptation right here from Venom Crest, because all their bans so far screamed, we want to play Kalista Renata, Kalista Nico. But right here, if you play Kalista into Orianna plus Skarner, you're going to have a really bad time getting anywhere near. Right here, you get Rapid Fire Cannon, a second item on your Lucian, and you're absolutely king of the world in the mid lane. Anyone steps up, you chunk them down to 20%. Sometimes you kill them, take a summoner, and then you create a game that is on a 4v5 state right before a major neutral objective. And so far, Venom Crest, I feel like this is their plan right here. They have dropped their jungle, and it's kind of scary because Panther's been banned out. If DMG have caught up with the meta as well, Xin Zhao should absolutely be taken away as well, because he's also really good with Milio on the roams.
Yeah, and then question, what do you play? Probably something like J4 for Kubi. I'm just struggling to find another jungler here, to be honest. And for 100%, the second ban from DMG is going to go versus Kubi as well.
Support is the highlight now, taking away the Karma, taking away their movement speed to help the team put themselves in position. Before the Jhin, I was thinking, hey, maybe you can take the Braum, it's good, Lucian goes in, pew pew pew, but he block. But now it's on to the jungle, Pantheon and Jarvan. What sort of support do you pair up with this Jhin as it stands? Gucci.
Jokes on you, he's playing Ornn anyway.
It's gonna happen, isn't it?
No! There is no way, surely there's no way. But right now it's probably going to be Calm Sky Peak, right? Because we already have the bot lane. Yes! There you go. Finally, we have a Nico. Do you like it here, Triple?
I do. They're playing a very sort of laid back, ready for the engage, disengage kind of comp for the sub DMG. Primarily, the Nico doesn't fit. Primarily, Nico fits every comp, right? It's just down there to get priority through that lane. What's really scary is that Lucian, together with Milio, is a very heavy bully lane. So if you poke down that Nico very much, it becomes like very difficult, because Lucian, Milio are trying to trade while Jhin and Nico are trying to shove in the wave, and that's going to be the case.
And it's probably not Jhin who's going to suffer in this lane. Mostly it's going to be Nico being so squishy and being under the fire all the time. But okay, we have Sejuani. I forgot that this still exists. It's going to be really hard to have Sejuani in the early game here, because you don't have literally any melee apart from the Mega Gnat to work with your E passive with. No.
I was thinking, like, you have Malphite is picked for DMG and Gucci.
My man can catch a break.
It's not a tank, he's a rock.
Wait, is he gonna go like Ludens?
He's not a tank.
Ludens, Rod of Ages? What is it? Is it Bow style Malphite? It's a tank, Arsharom. He's on tank duty today. He's been jailed.
He's been jailed. He's locked in. Okay, talking about lock in. Champions are locked in. Team have their compositions. Where should we be looking at this specific game? Because this is putting a team on match point.
Ooh. You know what? I don't think there is... I mean, bot lane, of course, is still going to be very important, but I think it's not about lanes that much. It's about team fights that are going to happen around the big objectives, like second Drake, Grubbies. That's where you need to be looking at the teams, because they will need to start grouping up very early.
I actually really like what Venom Crest have going on here. If that Lucian Milio get out of lane and they manage to transition them on 2 items in mid lane, I think Kobe knows more than well enough what to do with it. He's gonna go ruler style on DMG.
It's scary. Will Dandem step up with this Skarner, or the Vi is going to be the telltale of this series? We'll find out and see as soon as we jump into the Rift. And in order to do so, we need devices, we need Foxtrot and Duckling. How are you doing, lovely Duckling?
Thank you very much, Arsharam. I am doing great. It's hot here in Denmark, but it might also be because this series Foxtrot is heating up. Game number 3 now on our way to 2 different games. But not in the early game, in the mid game. They played out very differently, despite Venom Crest, showing that their early game is so far superior.
Yeah, Venom Crest have been on one in the early both games. First 15 minutes, it's not just been Venom Crest favored, it's been Venom Crest dominant. Unfortunately, in the first game, it was not enough for them to really pull through, and DMG were able to get back into that one. But yeah, I mean, if this series is going to go anywhere, I feel like Venom Crest have learned, because they did the same thing in game 2, and this time around they didn't throw, and they actually made it was a really clean, clinical game. That does bring some worry points for me for DMG moving forward here. Venom Crest may have just found their feet.
Yeah, I think for Venom Crest, it's about doing it consistently now, right? Because one thing is, you've had 2 games. One time you've successfully played the mid to late game. The other, you've completely fell flat, being kindly just not on the same page and not agreeing with what you wanted to do. We need you guys to do it more, to do it consistently, especially because one thing is DMG. If you beat DMG, well, who's waiting for you? And this goes for both teams, whoever wins this series. Or when it's Lost Ratones, who've just faced their first ever NLC loss, they are not going to be taken kindly to you. They want to get to Copenhagen just as much as you do. So you don't need to just win this series. You need to walk away with all the momentum on your side and a belief that you can go in and improve enough for next week to then play against Lost Ratones.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's a tough run here in the lower bracket to make it to Copenhagen. Really is, because, you know, you've got to get through this series. But as you mentioned, Los Ratones, they're going to be the final boss for the lower bracket. We've already got Ruddy and Nord in Copenhagen. There's only one more spot, guys. There's one more spot. And with Los Ratones being one of the teams fighting for that spot, yeah, you really have to bring your A game. Your S game. That might not even be enough as well.
Yeah, I mean...
But we have seen... Yeah,
go on.
The pigeon just landed on my car, bro. You better not, bro. I just got that cleaned. Sorry.
I will say, you're right with the lower bracket. It is absolutely stacked. Lost Ratones and 5 other teams fighting for the final spot. DMG and Venom Crest, just 2 of those teams. You have Verdant in there as well. You still have the Bulldogs as well. So a lot of good teams battling for that final seed. So again, this is just one step on the road. It's a massive step. And you will seal yourself a date with the Rats next week to move another huge step closer. You need to win 3 best-of-5s in a row if you're one of these 2 teams to make it to the NLC finals in Copenhagen at Leagues Disrupt. And as we finally hit the Rift, we're about to find out who will get themselves to match point.
Let's see. First 2 games of this series, I said very Venom Crest favored. Very much so. They were excellent. And mostly it came down to the bot side of the map. It was Kobe getting those leads. And I just think, you know, what is the answer if you're DMG? Because, again, game 1, game 2, I sound like a broken record, but they both went by in very similar ways, right? Kobe and Wendell were getting kills, and Doxy in topside was given a ranged into melee top matchup and gave himself a pretty significant lead as well. We're seeing the same thing as far as the draft goes, and with the Lucian Milio, that's incredibly aggressive. So much so that you just think the game plan's the exact same if you're Venom Crest, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, it is so much of the same tendencies we've seen throughout the 3 games so far. I think we've talked so much about the bot lane, but I want to highlight the top lane as well, because another range versus melee matchup where Doxy in both games before have been able to build up a sizable lead in the laning phase. And I mean, he set himself up for success again, right? So I think Venom Crest should be pretty happy with what they've gotten here. But for DFG, if they can limit the early game, not fall too far behind, well, we saw in game 1, their teamfight calls can be better, their team fighting can be better, and they can definitely play up to par and beat Venom Crest. So I think it's about just making sure you're not too far behind, so it is so easy for Venom Crest to just continue snowballing the lead.
Yeah, I think it's a great point you bring up, and when you look at the team composition that we have here from DMG in this game, absolutely do we have the tools to make those team fights happen and to pull that trigger. You know, when Venom Crest make a mistake, perhaps when they're out of position, when someone's postured a little bit too far forward, you know, you've got Nico to catch someone, you open the curtain. You've got, obviously, the Unstoppable Force is probably the best example of an ability like that in the entirety of League of Legends. You definitely have the tools to do that. And that's DMG's ticket into this game, right? Into the team fighting that has worked out for them, that has been successful, and specifically in game 1 was a big advantage for them.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes on the junglers as the Sejuani moves in and just checks a bit what's going on. As well, if Venom Crest don't fall, get ahead early, rather. The Lucian, I mean, will have a bit of struggle hitting on those tanks, not easily killing them, and the Malphite very easily could lock that down as Bisco. Looking for a bit of a traitor in the mid lane, neither. Gladly fighting back, but Bisco walking away the happier man after that trade. But that point around the bot lane still stands, and if they don't snowball early, well, the Lucian can end up feeling quite useless, and they can't afford that on the Venom Crest side.
Knight is not going to be able to help out with this one. Yeah, he's completely pretty low as well. So Dan just going to skip away from that one, slide out of that play. Yeah, it's, again, I feel like we're just waiting for the first kind of penny to drop right now in this game, because there's been a lot of like poking, a little bit of back and forth scrapping the lanes, but nothing too significant, and it might just come down to the catalyst of the jungler here, whether that's the Skarner or the Sejuani, both similar-ish style champions that want to be tanky but certainly can set up and facilitate ganks. And at this point though, with Venom Crest, with their lane priority, you get a little bit of control in that mid lane, and you can start looking for these objectives when they spawn. Obviously with the dragon, and then shortly after those Roy's grubs in a minute's time.
The objectives, a bit of a hot topic maybe you could say for Venom Crest. They fumbled the bag around them in game 1. They confidently took over there in game number 2, getting basically everything they could have wanted, and a bit more as well, dominantly winning that game. So we'll see if that lane priority will come to fruition and help them secure them, or if DMG want to try and punish him. I think it is around those map movements where DMG can match and beat Venom Crest, as Venom just makes a massive mistake, but a great ball to deny the flash in from Fateski. Stops the first blood from coming through. Now Komsky trading aggressively with Copy, but Lucian always wins that one.
Ironically, when all's said and done, Venom Crest make the mistake, but they're the team that comes out on top of that. Fateski used both summoners, yeah, both of them down now. Komsky even used his ignite. And just for an ignite on the side of Venom Crest. Now that's something, if I'm Gooby, I'm definitely taking a look at that. He's going to hit level 6 before that flash barrier comes up. And when you're Jhin, you know, you don't have either that innate escape mobility or anything like that. You could be very vulnerable right now, even to a Weaver's Wall from Nita. Keep your eyes peeled on the bot side. That could be a target for Venom Crest.
DMG might want to try and punish as the bot lane is coming out of base the Drake, and this time will not go down that quickly. Another great cancel though, as Dandom flashes forward with the E to try and lock down Vendel. He will still be hit by the deadly flurry, but the Drake is in the pit. Guys, a 3-man shove. It's a brilliant start to the fight, and Dandom should be the first to fall. Shockwave onto Scooby. One more auto from dying, as he will be taken down by Komsky. Now Fateski and Bisco find themselves in the front line as Cobby flashes around, and that is exactly what you want. 2 kills on your AD carry, and probably 2 on your mid lane as well. Bisco has the flash, but there is no escape, as he'll look for the trade kill, but can't quite find it, as the flash is enough to create the space, and Nita on 2 kills as well. Brilliant start again for Venom Crest.
Insult to injury on that flash at the end there for Bizgar. Take a look though now. This shove, 3-man into the Unraveled Earth. Ouch. That seals the deal right there. It's a decent shockwave in response, but the Talia from Nita, absolutely insane. That is the reason why this champion has the best KDA in the entirety of the NLC, as we saw from Archer's game show and before the series began, and just players like that solidify her as such a premium pick here.
And Jhin dying in the fight as well is why Jhin doesn't have the highest KDA, despite
that's also true.
4 games in a row in Asheron's game show. But
so gigabrained, so gigabrained.
Yeah,
what
gigabrain, right? Death equals worse KDA, and Gooby equals I'm taking my grubs equals 3 grubs and another objective in that pocket. As we talked about as the variable just 3 minutes ago, and so far that variable has heavily swung in the Venom Crest favor. They've set up well for the objectives, they've picked the right fights, and they've committed to them on the same page, and that now leads to a nice little 1k gold lead. And you get both the first objective, so great start from Venom Crest, and crucially, the gold is on the right people. 2 kills in mid and 2 on your AD carry.
Yeah, when Venom Crest continuing their winning ways here in early. So good, so just clinical early game as well. I'd go so far as to say this is probably like the cleanest or best early game that we've seen out of any team in NLC, considering the consistency at which they've executed it here in these first 3 games now in this series. And don't forget DMG, you know, yes, we might not rank them in a similar breath as Los Ratones or Nord and teams like that, but this was a team that completely dominated Rich Gang in the previous round and almost took a game off of the Rats in that upper bracket. Certainly, and prediction-wise, thought it could make a move here.
I think Nita's dead here though. Does have the flash, won't need it as he's not even able to use it as the shockwave will close that down. Nice catch by Dandon.
Alrighty. Bit of a return. DMG right here. What is the answer for Venom Crest? 3 members went towards that mid lane to shut Nita down. It's just going to be a bit of a poke out from Kobe, but not too much else. You see on the minimap, both junglers are around the bot side here. We do have the Glacial Prison for Sejuani available too. Very big deal on that champion when it comes to playmaking. If Venom Crest go for a reset here, I'd be too surprised to see this being the target of Gooby's ire when they're back on the map.
The 900 gold lead from Gooby is nice, and it's a great start and laying the foundation. 10 minutes, first item already bought, and the neutral objectives Foxtrot. 2 minutes on the grubs, 1.5 on the Drake. We'll keep our eyes on that yet again. See if Venom Crest can set up successfully for 1 round. If there's one thing this time though that has gone more DMG's ways, is Pooch's laning phase. As the melee here, surviving pretty well. Let's keep our eyes on the minion as well. Just in the mid lane, Komsky looking for Nida. Count the wave, buddy. Count the wave. And he does not. And he will be punished.
What a combo as well right there. The jump in from Calm Sky, perfectly followed up by Fateski. Ain't no getting away from that one. Nida's now died twice while his flash was up. And to be perfectly honest, like, it's not... that's not even really a criticism of him. He just got absolutely bonked both times. He's
outplayed.
Being hard focused right now.
He failed mass right there, right? You should have seen that there was another ranged minion, and instead didn't have time to react. Great engage from Komsky as the Drake is up in 30 seconds. Nida out on the map and able to rotate in if needed. A few ultimates on cooldown for the side of DMG, but they should still be able to contest if they feel like it.
23 seconds for this dragon. All crucial ultimates available for Venom Crest. Summoners as well. On the side of DMG, still got a little bit of time until those are back up because of that pick onto Nita mid. Now, I don't know if Venom Crest really know that, because it has been a little bit of time since that play mid lane happened. Might not quite have the timing to know that Calm Sky doesn't have ulti, nor does Fateski. But now is a good opportunity if they decide to go for it. DMG, missing some crucial tools here.
Just before we go into the Drake, take a look at the gold. The only place they have a lead Venom Crest actually, as the gold is evened out, it's on Copy. So play around him in the fight, and well, you have someone who might be able to carry it, as it looks like both teams want something here as the culling comes out. Komsky is locked up and instantly taken down by Gooby. Now Venom Crest stepping forward a bit more, but DMG turns around with the TP in from Bucci. The unstoppable force can come through. Nida is the target. He's locked up yet again, still with the flash. Won't use it again as Bucci ults his way out to safety. Duxy will get some plays in the top side, but the Drake will be DMG's.
DMG will be happy to take this one. Doxy
Shockwave. Oh my god, Wendell. Almost blown up here. The flash and heal forced. He should still fall, as the dancing grenade will pick that kill up for Fateski. Copy. Forced to flash as well, and around the objective fights Foxtrot. It falls a bit apart here from Venom Crest.
Yeah, DMG focusing on the kill instead. As long as they get this dragon still, it's all right. But yeah, Doxy stayed in top side of that map. The call was for Venom Crest, I'm staying top, I'm gonna push. You guys gotta chill around this dragon. They didn't do that. Venom Crest did get that first pick though onto Calm Sky, which was great, but Gucci with that really nice TP, and obviously that's something you do have to respect. You do have to be scared of, is the flank from a Malphite with the unstoppable force. Yeah, the real question is right now, though, I'll just say, like, yeah, that sucked for Venom Crest, the dragon play. It just depends how strong Doxy is now, because he got to stay topside, right? In the future, when we see Doxy popping off, maybe we can say, oh, it was worth it. It was worth it for Doxy to stay topside because of this, you know? But it's all hypothetical at this point.
We know Doxy is strong in the 1v1, having in the past qualified to the 1v1 national finals in Denmark. Just a few years ago, putting in a great performance, and qualifying for those LAN finals meant he was top 8 in the country in the 1v1 category. So we know he's a good player. We know he can handle the 1v1, now finding himself 400 gold up, then are a usual pool champ in his carry role. But my big worry here is Lucian is strong, but it's not really a hyper carry to the same extent, and he has to get really close to something like the Malphite. I'm worried for Venom Crest that Copy, their main damage dealer, won't be able to deal the damage he wants without just going in and getting one shot himself.
It's a good concern, to be honest, because that front line of Skarner and Malphite, yeah, like, it's so hard to get through. Lucian isn't really that kind of champion. He's great in the squishies, but doesn't like the tanky champions quite as much. Not quite to the same extent as someone like Jhin would struggle with it, but still, as you mentioned, it's not ideal. And yeah, if that is the game plan, then, gosh, there's some trouble right there. Speaking of trouble, Gooby.
Should be very tanky, but Dandom can lock him up for quite a while. The flash, however, is not something Dandom can deal with without his up himself. So, forces that out. Doxy, yeah, he'll try and do a bit of damage, but Malphite is Malphite. Forces the flash as well. I think Boogie's a bit overextended. Great flash, though, to get back underneath the safety of his turret. The turret will die with the 6 void drops as well. The goal lead back in Venom Crest's favor, just ever so slightly, as that is also the feat of strength secured.
Man, Gooby must have some very saggy trousers. Look at that iron build. 3 belts.
3. It
What's
is
that
more
about?
gold efficient. I saw it on Reddit. I didn't manage to read through the whole thread because it was Reddit, and I mean there was a lot of discussion in there. But it's apparently worth more gold, as the nerf to Heartsteel has made it better in the early game just to buy the straight HP because you get more value for your gold. That's all I can remember before I had to close the website down. As Gooby now dashes forward with the belts on his back, or hopefully around his pants. As it's not the carry pants he's taking on, it's the tank duty after the failure of his Katas in game number 1. He's looked much better on this facilitating jungle role.
Yeah, the Poppy game was good for Gooby, although we'll say Venom Crest were deathless across the board apart from Gooby. He had, DMG got 2 kills that game and Gooby was both of them, but that's being a little bit harsh. Gooby played well in that game, absolutely, as did all of Venom Crest.
Yeah.
This game is just, right from the get-go though, going to be a little bit tougher. Right, I think a lot of the anti-tank tools just aren't quite there for Venom Crest. And DMG really want to group up, they want to scale, they want to get those big team fights. Could be a bit scary for Venom Crest, because like in mini, pretty good versus tanks, okay versus tanks. Probably won't be grouping up as mini Nah.
Harold on the map as well, and Mininar Doxy will help out with the objective as Dandom rolls his way in, only like Askana could. Tank, by the way. It's down to 7k, goes to Herald. The fight is set up. The undercard match could be getting soon with a potential pick, but as the TP comes through instead, Nida is rotating up as well as Venom Crest look to just give up the objective. Or do they? No, they want to fight it. The smite battle secured by Dandom, and now Gooby finds himself in no man land, locked up for eternity and taken down by DMG.
Went for the steal with the smite, but that was a pretty crap smite, to be honest.
That smite
Left it
sucked.
on loads of health. Yeah, that smite did suck. I mean, plus it's Herald. Like, this is one of those objectives. Even if you steal it, you still have to pick it up. I don't know if Venom Crest could have picked that one up, to be honest. They were really out of position on that. But again, you look at the map, you see the position, and for Venom Crest, they really should have just said, okay, we're not here, we're not making this play, let's not make this play. You know, nice to get this bot tower, that's cool, it's all good, we're chilling, great. But then don't also contest on the top side. Very similar, a bit reminiscent to how we saw Venom Crest play that dragon play, which also did not work out well.
Very good. Decent counter move for Venom Crest, right? Getting something. It's a bit uncoordinated again, because it would have been better just to walk away and get the bot lane turret. Then you would have only gotten a win out of it, but instead, this feels like the middle ground between complete chaos in their calls and unity in their calls, like we saw in game number 2. So it's in between for now, as Facebook takes a bit of damage from the culling. It won't do much, then just actually gets him down to half HP and should force a recall before a Drake fight, which we know Venom Crest so infamously love. They can either win or lose the game here. And I guess in the essence, analysis basically boils down to that. Every moment is...
They'll either win or they'll lose. But you're right. Infamous was a great word for it, because it is. Like, it's spicy whenever this dragon's up, for sure. Bucci lurking around as well is not good news for Venom Crest, because he is one of the best team fighting tools. Bizguard, it's smart, right? Because Bucci's grouping so that he doesn't have to TP, and Bizguard with the TP goes topside instead.
Just seems like DMG don't want to contest this one. They're going to let it go. The rest of both Calm Sky and Dandom on the top side of the map here going to be looting and pilfering this top jungle, taking that one away from Gooby in exchange for, plus the turret in exchange for that dragon.
Yeah, so, I mean, topside jungle, you get a turret, but you lose a turret in the mid lane, the tier 1, and the Drake. A bit of a win there for the side of Venom Crest as the kidnap comes through here. Venom is the target, and forward goes Kalmsky. The engage is on towards Copy, and the carry is dead for the side of Venom Crest, but they've already found 2 before the fight really kicks off. Biscore from the flank, trying to find that angle, but it's hard to connect the fight as Doxy will pick up the double kill instead.
Bro, that fight, oh my goodness. I don't know how Venom Crest came out on top of that one, because there were 2 crucial moves right there that's really were big no buenos. Firstly, it's a great flank from Dandom. Watch Nita's shove onto Nico. Okay, watch this. Whoop! Hell no, that's not what you want to do. And then Doxy accidentally gnars out backwards with his ult up and everything. He wanted to jump forwards in that one, but he jumps backwards out of the fight, and that's a walk up to Bucci. I have no idea how you win that fight with those 2 big oopsies, but Venom Crest, they find a way and they win the fight.
I think we have to talk about this now. Fadeski's built Hooper's first item. I'm not a big fan of it.
You don't see this item a lot, to be honest, Hubris, especially in competitive, especially on ADCs. Obviously, Jhin is a champion that can build lethality, and it's all Gucci, but yeah, that's...
But he's mostly hitting tanks.
Yes.
You would rather just, deal more damage to the tanks as, we'll leave it to the professional. He gets the benefit of the doubt. He's a Dane, so I have faith in what he's doing. Speaking of Danes though, the 5 Danes of Venom Crest will yet again try and steal away a blue buff and successfully do so this time around. Yeah, I mean, it is just a bit confusing to me as Fadeski delayed his real 1-item tower spike. And it is what it is as... Yeah, a little bit more jungle stolen away. A 2k goal lead. It is minor, it is not major, but it is something to work with here as Pucci. Takes a lot of damage from the Lucian. That is surprising. I thought he would be more tanky by now, but... has invested quite a bit of his gold in magic resist, and Fadeski will be forced to flash away. That's called paying for your sins after buying Hoopers, by the way. As now Gooby will walk forward. Dandom is looking for Gooby. The pick has been caught and will be roasted over the fire. As a shot though on 2. The ultimate. Pop Blossom on 3 as well, but it's not enough. They don't have the damage. Fadeski deleted as Booty comes in on the flank to shut down the triple kill from Cobby. This is a messy fight as Doxy will now take damage from the turret as well. Biscore just poking away from the backline as Bucci, 1 auto really away from dying as Doxy feels confident too.
Messy's the word for it, that fight, wow. Oh man, that flank from Bucci towards the end almost sealed the deal for Venom Crest, but it's a 3 for 2 in the end, in their favor, plus that push onto the turret. It's still alive, but it's pretty low. Look at the littering on the rift right here.
Clean up after yourself, guys. This is filthy.
It is absolutely disgusting. It's messy, disgusting stuff. Yeah, but I love it. I'm loving these 2 teams duking it out, man. They both just
it's content. I love it.
It is full cinema in this one. It's much more entertaining when it's a closer game as well, and you get these heights.
Yeah, I mean, why has Bucci built so much magic resist so quickly? I get that Doxy also does quite a bit of magic damage, to be honest. But we'll find out. The Yardikan looks to just be giving up. They'll just not contest this for now. Komski's moving in, but needs to be a bit careful not to be shut down early on. They know it's happening, but they're late on the rotation box up, and that's the Ruinous Yardikan. It's gone. Don't fight now, guys. This is a bad time to fight, as instead, they'll do exactly that. Venom Crest. Catch DMG lacking. The Pop Blossom! It finds 4! This has to be it! If you want to win a fight, DMG, it will only be the resurrections and the withdrawals coming through. But it's still 3, 4 clean kills for the side of DMG. Could be 5, but neither. Slips out.
Questionable engage for Venom Crest. Really going hard for just the Skarner, who is exceptionally tanky and fighting in the choke point versus the likes of Nico, Oriana. Yeah, probably better choices in that one. Just take the Akana dip. You can see this comes to Sejuani ult. Boom, right there. And I mean, the choice to follow it up is just a little bit sus. Shockwave isn't amazing, but the Pot Blossom itself, disgusting stuff with Bucci walking down as well. I don't know, man. Yeah,
and then Bucci ults when he is in the withdrawal. I mean, come on, buddy.
Yeah, it's
and
a bit.
They lost. Oh yeah, because withdrawals and tempo on the map, they just get the soul point for free.
Yeah.
League of Legends is a confusing game, and for once I actually agreed with the initial call Venom Crest made of going for the fight there. You know, you got the withdrawals, what is there to lose? But they tunnel vision a bit too hard, we should say. There was a controller in the map as well, in that bush as well, so they didn't see much outside of it. And yeah, the Pop Blossom from Komsky, they'll need another one of that in a few, you know, maybe a minute's time when the Baron is up, fucked up, and then they need to get those 4 kills again, and then DMG could be back in the game.
Yeah, that is the the beauty. Almost said the Bucci. Definitely nothing beautiful about Malphite. Disgusting. The beauty of that Atakan, the Racious Atakan with those withdrawals. Yeah, it was a bad fight, but Venom Crest just don't care. They just don't care. That's the Skarner ulti as well. It's now Soul Point, which we briefly saw as it came in from the replay there for Venom Crest. And it is, again, the Hextech Soul is a very good soul to have. DMG, despite winning that fight, cost them a lot. It really did, and they're up against it here in game number 3.
I feel so bad when this happens. Like, I get Venom Crest only went there because they had the Artican and thought, what is there to lose? Only 1,000 gold for a full ace, and you're out on the map before they even get to reset. But I still feel bad for DMG, who, you know, got a really beautiful Pop Blossom, and what did it lead to? Nothing. They ended up losing out on the big play, so it just feels a bit bad, right? You feel a bit bad for them, as another fight might be on the cards here. The TP away from Bisco will not be interrupted, as the little orb that could get to safety.
Do you see that orb even if it came from Fog of War?
I think so.
They just
like,
someone was from a
there.
bush. Yeah. Okay, heart still stacks for Gooby.
Hashtag
Absolutely
value.
worth. Yeah, absolutely. Actually got more stacks than Dandom here, despite completing his heart steal later. It does seem like
a Denmark
this
diff.
a Denmark diff, because Gooby's okay. Yeah, of course. Oh man, it makes sense that the Danish player from DMG's brought an item called Hubris then, right?
Oh,
Danes,
you gotta mention that, huh? You gotta mention that.
Mate, you're getting... I don't know what's going to happen at Leeds Disrupt in Copenhagen, but I dread to think for you on your home turf how you are unlocked.
Oh,
Okay,
it
mate,
will be beautiful viewing if you're Danish. If not, I think you might have to close your eyes, because
I see.
I mean, Denmark are taking over, and there will be no escape, as Leagues Disrupt is single-handedly just going to be full Denmark party.
Okay.
It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. And you know, Venom Crest, they very much want to join that party, right? You know, there are 5 Danes on the roster. One of them represented Denmark the last time there was a big final in Denmark in 2018 Spring Split in Kobe, and I'm sure he wants to make it back to a big venue in his home country. Instead, though, he currently has to just take it one step at a time. 3 big mountains to climb. The first one being DMV. The next would then be the Rats, and the final one would be either Bulldog or whoever they face in their battle. So a long way to go, but a huge, crucial first step where you cannot afford to fail.
Absolutely here. I think this series right now really is a bit of a litmus test for Venom Crest. If you struggle in this one, then what are your chances against the likes of Los Ratones, which you'll be facing next? And I think, to be honest, so far, Venom Crest have looked... I would say they've looked dominant in this series. Obviously, I know we're 1-1 in the series, but that first game was just a warm-up game for Venom Crest.
The Skarner is not fun here. You have so much to be interrupted by, right? The Nico, or not the Nico, rather. The Milio football. You have, I mean... What is the cute call from Gooby? The pig dash? I don't know.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, many things can cancel your engage, as Bucci, that wasn't cancelled, that was just going wide, and they catch Faceski as well in the break. It was DMG that pulled the trigger, but then Venom Crest, who will capitalize, 3 kills already, and the Kidnap on 3 does nothing, Dandom. You're done for, Venom Crest. They could just push it down mid, they have 6 Void Grubs here. Dandom will still go down in the end, as Snyder will chase him down with the rocks. Doxy will seal the final blow as DMG. They might have just lost the game here.
All from an engage from DMG. There's one
done.
member alive. It's Biscar.
They just win.
No ultimate. He's dead. It's over.
You score, man. The final Danes will try and stop 5-man Venom Crest. There is so much HP to work with, and within one little team fight, no Baron needed, Venom Crest will push themselves on match point.
Oh, Blossom, it's beautiful,
Doesn't
but it's
matter.
not going to be much more than the aesthetics. Venom Crest. Shaky game one. A poor game one. But coming from that point, look at them. They've really turned the corner here, and they just look... These early games are so clean from Venom Crest. Like, DMG, how do you contest this moving forward?
I do not know. I'm a bit shocked there. I did not expect the game just to end like that.
Yeah,
You know?
that just came out of nowhere.
Blink and you'll miss it. One quick team fight, and more importantly, a really, really good punish from Venom Crest. This felt like, you know, game one was very much Venom Crest making mistakes and DMG punishing. This game was more DMG making mistakes and Venom Crest punishing. Very refreshing view on the series in that whole as a whole. And that final fight really encapsulated that well. Just catching out the missed ultimate and then instantly winning the game off the back of it. To talk more about match point going over to the side of the Danes of Venom Crest, well, let's throw it to Ashram on the desk.
Okay, so that was supposed to be analysis from Duckling, but all I ended up hearing was Denmark, 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 Denmark. See you there. That's it.
It's so
That's
strange
what
he
I
wasn't
kept
wearing
hearing.
those glasses and the hat, you know. I'm still wearing.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for those to appear.
I'm
I
worried.
think
It's not the
they're
same
incoming.
anymore.
It's much
Yeah,
more.
he's waiting.
Match point in favor of Venom Crest to remove DMG from the lower bracket. Keep in mind that today it's elimination day. Whoever loses the series is out. No longer plays during spring. Hopes and dreams of going to Copenhagen, Denmark are gone. And yeah, there you go. It's lost. But we also need to talk that I think DMG are lost in the sauce as well. And we highlighted them so much. But let's look into the game before we talk about it.
Okay. Solari?
Listen, there is not a lot to talk about in this game, and at the same time, there is a lot to talk about in this game because there are so many individual mistakes on the side of DMG and so many good movements on the side of Venom Crest, and like there are... No, you know what? Can we take it all the way back? I think we can discuss this game before we discuss the drafts that went into this game.
Yeah, however, I will say, because we just watched that video unfold, 3 members right there had flash on that Talia W.
Where's the fun in that?
2 out of 3 actually had flash, and they chose to go down like this. I feel like there has been so much. I don't know if it's miscommunication through DMG or what is going on. Venom Crest is running away with it. Here is another prime example where Venom Crest is just blindly walking into that Skarner. Venom Crest are running blindly into the Skarner, and even like, you know what? The Gnar is like, here. Dox said, here, Nico, get a good ult. I'm going to shove you into my backline. But it just doesn't matter. I feel like, again, there is a big problem with damage distribution from the set of DMG right here. I mean, Hubris Jin came through for Fatesky. I thought this composition, like, it's made out of tanks and an Orianna and a Nico to buy you space. Fatesky is the Jinx Aphelios guy. I wish I could see either of them.
Yeah, and he's the only one that is realistically able to deal damage in this team composition. But then with this build, he's not getting onto anybody to kill them in time. And then on top of that, his positioning in those team fights, you can see him going down very quickly in the majority of the fights that happened, especially later in the game, because of how close he was to the enemy and how easy it was for Venom Crest to jump on him.
I feel like going back to the past that we talked about, the draft as we're looking here on the champions, like, I just don't understand why Bucci has been jailed on tank duty, and if he has, then you need more damage on the rest of your team, right? Malphite right here does absolutely nothing. Everyone's dashing away from Malphite. Nar's not going to get Malphited. Lucian's definitely not going to get Malphited, and Talia usually plays for so much range, plus has flash, that she doesn't really care to play against Malphite, right? So I feel like you wanted to go for a tank, perhaps something like Ornn, but I see like the damage distribution is just so, not the distribution, but like the damage numbers are so low between the Jhin and the Orianna that you just needed a third carry right here. Now DMG are backs against the wall, man. Their drafts, like, I glazed them at the very beginning. I don't know what kind of demon has gotten into them, but this is not it.
Adaptation needs to be brought up into this one if they want to keep and survive, at least during the series, to at least get yet another game. The Venom Crest, well, they had a lot of time to prepare, and apparently they are prepared. They want to go through the lower bracket and face LR after this match. But with that in mind, let's toss it to a break. I'll see you soon for Match Point Venom Crest. Match point in favor of Venom Crest, and DMG are at a loss at what they need to do during these drafts. They need to adapt. They need to put Bucci on a different role or something. I mean, tank. Ornn is open. We talked about it.
Yay.
Even before we talk about Ornn, or even before we talk about individual picks, it feels like what the drafts from DMG have been losing, especially compared to the previous ones that we've been praising before, is any sort of identity for the draft. Like, can you please decide what exactly you want to be doing in the game before you go into the draft, and then draft around that idea, please? Because if you just pick separate champions and maybe like 2 of them work together, but the others do not fit into the composition whatsoever, what are you gonna do in the game then?
I feel like there's a huge point to be made here, right? Usually we praise them around building around Vi. They tried, then they completely went a different route, and then we saw building a composition that was a pretty good front to back, but then they lacked damage of their AD carry, which had to be a hyper carry, and it wasn't quite the case. We saw Hubris. I think Fatesky tried to pretty much compensate in lacking that damage by trying to stack Hubris. He had 2 kills by that point. Maybe if he snowballed, it would have been a completely different game. But Hubris is pretty much like either a huge hit or a mega miss as an item, and he just didn't have it stacked enough right here. Now, going into this particular game with Venom Crest on blue side, I would love to see some sort of counter pick come through for any lane for DMG. They just really need to get the ball rolling from the get-go.
Especially them being on the red side right now, they need to have something counter picking the Venom Crest. With Venom Crest, wondering what they can open up with right here. It looks like it could be Ashe, finally. Banned in the previous game, talked about in the previous game, and finally this AD carry goes through for Colby. What did DMG do? DMG want to answer with something very proactive for Fatesky on the bot lane right now?
I mean, right here, the Ashe is pretty clear, because you're not going to play against Jhin, you're not going to play against Misfortune, and all the pretty, or Corki, like all the pretty heavy hitters in lane have either been banned, okay, I'm looking at the virus, which has been permabanned the entire series, or have been picked previously. Since we're in Fearless, I feel like this is a pretty free Ashe right here for Kobe, and you've got so many different supports you can pair it up with. If DMG just to go for the melee, you pick up the Braum. Things like Renata are also really good when you're playing against compositions that are all in, and seeing as a Renekton and Javan have come through from DMG, possibly a Renata could be in the works for Venom Crest.
I like the idea of Renata here, especially since it makes the further drafting for DMG a little bit harder, but for now they already have secured themselves a really strong early game top side of the map. It looks like if they manage to play around this Renekton, in theory, that could be the winning matchup. This could be them rotating that into grabs later on, but the Gragas worries me a lot in Doxy's hands there. I feel like they might not be able to execute anything with this Renekton just because of that Gragas if Doxy plays it right.
I like the Thirst here, and I don't. That's like an oldie but a goodie, but it gets you out of the Cataclysm, I guess. Kai'Sa has been completely neglected throughout the entire pick and ban phase, and if DMG really want to go deep right here and tag Kobe in the backline, I feel like you definitely need something like the Kai'Sa. They're going to prioritize a gate support right here for Kamsky. I mean, it is an all-in composition right here from DMG, and I would be very surprised if Venom Crest don't take the Kai'Sa out. That fits the bill.
True.
And then
Wendell with this, tell me Saladi.
But then, yeah, if they take out the Kai'Sa, who else is left there for a team? The only thought that comes to my mind right now, in terms of what Fatesky is going to play here, is if they go Kog'Maw for Fatesky and Hui for Beastguard, just to make sure that the other 3 champions go all in, but they have a lot of artillery from really far away to support them with damage from afar.
This Thresh can bring a lot of protection for the Ashe. All Flay stops everyone, and then when you put up the box, it's going to be complicated to pilot in between. When you look into the Gragas on the top side, supposedly on the top side, we are reminded that so far Pantheon has not been picked. It was banned through a few games, but that is another jungler that is available. And if you already have AP, that could be the angle for Venom Crest. I really like what Venom Crest is cooking.
Okay. I just want Fatesky to play on a more aggro kind of champion. I don't want to see the Aphelios with the Jinx right here. I just really want to see if that Kai'Sa goes through the draft. Man, this is a Kai'Sa kind of draft. You're playing versus a pseudo tank in the bot lane, which is Thresh. You're playing against any Opal, sitting duck kind of AD carry in the likes of Ashe. You cannot get priority just by having Ashe down that bot lane. but Kaisa will be able to dive together with you when the Java comes through. I love the shout out onto the Hui. I think it fits the theme when you're playing with something like the Javan, right? You lock them in, you throw the big Hui AoE ultimates right there, but you really do need some support and dive in the backline here.
I love that Zig's ban from Venom Crest. By the way, I would have loved Kaisa ban here more because I fully agree with you, Trouble. But our production behind the scenes has been shouting out the potential for Ziggs here on full DMG. And that could have been a fun idea, but apparently Venom Crest were suspecting something of that sort. And now Isfaetsky, no way you're going Aphelios Leon on the bot lane in this
Talked
scene.
about it, hey. Trouble. Prophecy comes true, but there's a lot of AD. You need a lot of AP to compensate. Bisgard has a lot of work on his shoulders right now.
I mean, this makes way more sense now. If they do look in the way, as Solari said earlier on. I mean, you make this pretty much a front to back, where you're gonna be forcing flashes from Ashe every single time Leona and Jarvan have ult up. Wow. Okay.
Now,
Smaller mid.
Do we forfeit the idea of going away for Biscard and do we go Xerath just to make sure we secure some additional scaling for ourselves? Because the idea is still the same and we still have that artillery damage from afar, but we are able to match Smolder on the mid lane.
I feel like Hui is one of the most scaling AP mages there is over in the mid lane. I love like this champion when he goes late game, he has 3-4 items. It's just complete 1v9. And also the Smolder is not what he used to be, right? So
what?
Okay, continue. Curveball.
I mean, Ashe ults are gonna be fun to fire. I'm just saying.
Especially with the
Gragas
MP
ults.
ratio.
Gragas ults are gonna be fun to fire. So, yeah.
Oh my god.
All eyes on you, Biscard.
Yes. This is either Bisgard's game or this is Venom Crest's game, honestly, at this point. Because if DMG don't find ways to play aggressively in the early game and secure the lead for themselves, they're gonna be playing against time. I'm looking at Venom Crest, I'm looking at the Smolder, I'm looking at the damage output in the late game of this team, and if DMG don't do anything early, they lose.
Well, it is... Tell me, Trouble.
Yeah. Go on. That's fine.
Because I'm going to throw at this moment. Venom Crest are ready to take this
Throw
one
it.
home and moving forward. DMG, can you handle the heat at least one more time? Tossing it to the Casas. Foxtrot is waiting and duckling with his voice.
Thank you very much. Game number 4 out of 5, potentially. It all comes down to this, right? They stand on the precipice of a massive step towards Copenhagen and sealing themselves a date with the Rats of Lost Returns if Venom Crest can close this out. They've been the better team throughout the whole series, but that mid game needs to continue to be as good as it's been the past few games.
Yeah, Venom Crest have looked sublime in the first 15 minutes of the game, and in games number 2 and 3, they transitioned that into successful mid games, as you say, and then they won. Game 1, however, wasn't the case, and for DMG, that's kind of where they're looking to regroup right here. Some mistakes that Venom Crest were making, specifically setting up their objectives, those are the kind of things that DMG can really look to exploit in this one to tie this series back up and take us to a game 5.
At DMG, we know they have the capabilities, and don't worry, the scoreboard is a lie. DMG have 1 point after winning the first game. Bisgaard, the Danish mid laner who played, I thought a decent winter split, but DMG was just so far behind that even when he did well in the laning phase, the game had capitulated around him, and we finally got to see more of what he can do outside of laning phases. The rest of DMG have stepped up. But this Mel, I feel like a lot of pressure is on him this game to perform well, but I'm not sure if the Mel pick is the right choice.
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? A big question marks for both mid laners, I would say here, as far as this draft is concerned. I don't know, like Smolder, that's kind of ancient at this point. Mel as well, she had her time in the spotlight, but it just didn't last very long, and hasn't seen any play really since then. But as Ades was mentioning, like there's a lot to reflect, right, for Mel. Fresh hooks and Ashe ultis and stuff. So I can see the value out of this, and the fact that Smolder as well really isn't a champion that does too much early game Could mean that the Mel's just chilling for a lot of this lane phase.
Yeah, definitely will be chilling for most of the laning phase. 2 immobile carries though to the side of DMG. Means if Doxy lands the right Gragas barrel, you're all of a sudden in the opponent's front line and you're just dead. His score can obviously reflect it, but Fateski is not as lucky, so much pressure really gets put on Biscore to, first of all, position correctly, but if he is about to be caught out, also time the W correctly to buy himself some more time and space. But DMG, I think something that I do like about this composition is getting Bucci on his Renekton. We know he's a very capable Renekton player. Dandom on the Jarvan as well, makes sense. The Ash will struggle a bit against it, as we might see soon. Kormsky though, the Zenith Blade doesn't just fly wide, it flies all the way to Narnia. I don't know where that went. As Dandom has to give up on the early gank.
Wendell kind of saw that one coming as well. Was positioned early for the Lantern there to get... Oh, Bucci, hold on a sec. He's in trouble. Oh dear.
Okay. Doxy. We've talked about his laning phase before, and the first time he doesn't get a melee versus range matchup, well, he just finds the first blood.
That's interesting. I feel like Renekton should be kind of chilling in this matchup early on. I mean, Gragas obviously can do some gross things, but yeah, good first blood there for Doxy. He's been getting advantages. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Komsky is very low in copy trades very well in this 1v2 essentially. And flashes forward, will find the kill. Dandom is in the area and they know that, but still Copy so carefully flashes forward and finds the kill. I mean, he is a super carry. Bring back the kiss here, right? Copy is super. I forgot the last word.
Super Saiyan. We'll go with that.
Super Saiyan, super sick.
He's making it happen already here, man. 4 minutes in. It's fallen apart for DMG, though. I would say the worst part about that play, from my estimations, the fact that Dandom was in that area, right? Dandom was there for DMG. Obviously, wasn't close enough to fight, but that's essentially, your jungler is wasting time hovering around. And not only does he not get anything, but you die. Oh, man.
He's
awful.
Simply forced to watch, and this has been the thing that has been the most detrimental to DMG throughout the whole series, and it even happened in game number 1. It's the laning phase. They're getting out-laned, and it goes back to the first point I said about Venom Crest at the beginning of the day. They are 5 very capable players. They just hadn't been able to put it together as a team play. They've learned that throughout the series and definitely improved, but the laning phase, still one of their strong suits, as they consistently, across the rift, just solo kills.
Yeah, and this is...
not quite a solo kill, but definitely a death on Bucci, and this is worrying. This is your Renekton. You want him to snowball early. Instead, that's the second death of the game. You've now given up feats of warfare. And Doxy, well, he's having a party already up in the top lane.
5 minutes into this one, and the early game, again, Venom Crest showing us just why they're so prolific. This early stages, it's been the story of the entire series. Unfortunately as well, like we were talking a lot about Bucci getting on a more comfort champion, not being stuck on tank duty, and this Renekton was absolutely an opportunity for him to really take the game more into his own hands. This just isn't it right now. It's just not it, and it's not going to get easier as this game goes on either.
Yeah, this ain't it, Chief. At the very least for now, and I should say, I think that's a big thing, right? It doesn't get any easier. This is when you need to succeed on this Renekton. As Nida might be in a bit of trouble here, but Dandom, flag and drag, is it available? It is for sure. Nida does have the flash, holds on to it for now. B-score is so low, he can't really help out as with B's here as well. The flash, twisted advance, and that should just be yet another kill into Venom Crest pocket on the right carry as well. They're breaking like Legos as DMG, man. This is not going their way. Venom Crest are confident here.
When it rains, it pours. Even the little things just not working out for DMG right now, like that fadeaway flash auto. Oh, it hurts to see. And this is, if nothing else, this is just soul crushing for DMG, right? A game like this, oh boy, they're gonna. DMG loses. Yeah, Unzo, not bueno, not good at all. And they're not looking like they're going to be able to tie this series up already. This game just looks like it's one of those games, unfortunately, for DMG.
This is rough. This is your final game, potentially, of Spring Split. You're with 2 Danes in the lineup, about to say, or not about to, but could potentially say goodbye to any chance of Copenhagen right here. And it's across the board. You're misplaying the fights. You're dying to a fadeaway auto while you're trying to flash out, and man, you feel a bit bad for them. You really do. But Venom Crest, man, their laning phase is actually really, really good.
Yeah, this is the 4th game in a row now where they've just been completely on it in the early. And yeah, the lesson learned from the first game to not throw it away, that's still for DMG. You know, it's the hope in this game, DMG, because they've been in a position where Venom Crest were far ahead early game. But DMG, they stuck with it. They punished Venom Crest. They found ways to make it happen. And we could certainly still be in that position in this game as well. Outside the lane phase around the objectives, especially, DMG need to hold on, set up properly, and punish Venom.
So the 2,000 goldie, just 8 minutes in. What else have they gotten for both 3 Void Grubs? Drake is on the map as well, and they have all the control they could need. I'm not one for instantly panic, but I would panic a bit now if I'm DMG. Like, what do you do? What do you do here?
I think this is fair. We're gonna a flank gank. Yeah, it's. Oh man, Dandem just can't quite find it. As what was that? Gragas is drunk already. Does spot out Dandem though, but the rest of Venom Crest are bot side. He doesn't have a lot of mana. That might be the thing, but yeah, DMG just gonna back away. Nothing to do in this.
Yeah, the arrow comes up just for mental support there. Not really needed, as Doxy's out. I mean, man. Venom Crest's laning phase will be exciting to see as we progress towards the split. Still a lot to clean up around the team play, but they've already done a lot of the cleanup this series, really. The improvement have been great. Nida is somewhat even in this lane, despite the kill. His score continues to show that he also has very good laning, and this game is just yet another example of that. Despite a kill down, he's almost even in gold.
Yeah, this is the benefit of playing into Smolder. Like, Smolder used to be a champion that scaled really, really hard. You get your stacks, and then you do true damage, execute all that lovely business.
Okay.
But it's just, he's not. I mean, he's still a late game monster, but he also used to be so competent in lane phase that it was really hard to shut him down. But right now, you know, at this point, he is still, with his nerfs, actually a fairly easy champion to lane into, and that is the opportunity that Bisgard right now is really seizing on this Mel to punish him, to pressure him, and at least make it so DMG have one lane on the map that's going their way.
Something to hang their hat on and say this is where we have the hope for the final game, potentially. As Bucci continues to be bodied up in the top lane. He might just be dead again, man. He might just be dead again. Renekton, though, disgusting healing and is able to survive that. I want to zoom out for a bit as the game slowed down. And if we think back to pre-season expectations, well, for me, I had Venom Crest as one of the top 4 teams, to be honest, because if you look at the Danes they have on their roster, it's only Danes. These are the big names of Danish League of Legends outside of players who played in the NEC. So I expected so much for them. So taking it out of the vacuum of just this series, I'm not surprised they're beating DMG. I'm not surprised they're this dominant in lane. But I guess it just kind of is telling how much they've underperformed so far this split, as I ended up predicting DMG to win this series.
Oh, that's tragic. I was 3-1 for Venom Crest. So far, it looks like it might just be on the cards. But yeah, for the nameplates, Venom Crest certainly are a team of Danish legends, really. Non-Flight 1 Danish legends, at least. What's Bjergsen up to? Can we draw him out of retirement? Get him in the NLC?
Get him in the jungle. Regardless, though, Dogsy will be dope here. He can survive for quite a while, but I think his fate is still sealed. Yes, shut down. Importantly, goes on one of the right targets. That's actually very nice for them to get that way. The 6 Void Grubs, though, means that they'll pay the price in terms of plates in both the mid and the top lane. I think they still lose out on that, or at the very least go even, but for DMD at this state, I think you take that.
Yeah, DMG, like, you have to take what you can get right now, and they're going to get the kill onto Fateski. They're going to get solo plates as well down there. But Venom Crest do have a good answer in response, right? They've got a lot of plates topside. They took a few in mid as well. It's just, it's tough for DMG. Even when you find those plays, even when you find an angle in, Venom Crest have the answer, make the cross map. And that's how you stay ahead in the games. And uh-oh, Calm Sky is caught.
Yeah. Well, take to the skies with the flash and create enough space to get out. First tower gone within 14 minutes. So that's full plates as well. Many of them given in to Nida. We saw how even the gold was before in the mid lane. Well, after this, and that solo turret top essentially, he's 1k gold ahead. Ay, caramba. This is rough for DMG. Getting an even play very quickly turned into a -1 across the map. Could they try and get the first item spikes, then flip a fight maybe? The thing is, Venom Crest have been pretty good at keeping the tempo up, right? And continuing to grow their lead after game 1. And
yes.
DMG, they need to slow this down somehow. But does it really favor them? I mean, Renekton will be useless all game then.
The issue for Venom Crest that we've seen from them, and I think this is more identified in game number 1, which I think we can agree has been a bit of an outlier for Venom Crest, is when objectives happen, Venom Crest is sometimes caught in two minds, whether they want to contest the objective, make a play on the objective, or do a cross-map play. And that has happened a few times where some of Venom Crest's team have been caught at the objective, have fought an objective, and then died because the team's not there and they're not all grouped up for it together. So from Venom Crest's perspective right now, you've got 6 grubs, right? You don't need to 5-man things like Herald and Dragon. Just chill. Just chill. Like you say as well, like the scaling, someone like Renekton, he's not really going to be a problem for you. You've got Smolder, you've got Ashe, yeah, like you've got these scaling champions. You've got the playmaking as well. Just don't feel forced into making these plays, and conversely for DMG, that's how they can get back into this game and into this series, by picking off Venom Crest if they do hesitate on those objective decisions.
The 2,500 gold lead feels really monumental. The rebuttal already used, and Disco able to sidestep the rest of the Arrow King flying down as well to say hello. Komsky forces the flash out of Goopy as they've already gotten to Drake. There's not much to fight for here except for another tier 1, and I mean Venom Crest, they feel confident enough that if they had the numbers, well, they get to step up. Neither just stacking up, and he's built a gold lead for himself to be proud of by taking down these turrets with the top.
Yeah, even more gold now into Venom Crest's pocket. And it seemed like before, at 10 minutes, Duckling, you said this gold lead for Venom Crest is something, but it's not huge. It's like it was like 1,000 gold. Well, we're now 5 minutes on, and with Venom Crest successful in building and building and building on the foundation of that 1,000. So now it's almost 3,000 in the lead. Plus they've got 2 dragons, 6 grubs, the feats. It's tough here for DMG, who are trying to buy some time while also being cognizant that time is not necessarily on their side versus the scaling of Venom Crest.
Yeah, I think this is by far the cleanest we've seen Venom Crest be this split. They feel more coordinated. They are picking apart DMG slowly but surely, deconstructing them Lego brick by Lego brick, and any hope that DMG had of advancing further is not quite squandered yet, but it's laying a bit in ruins. It could still be rebuilt as Nida in this 1v3 has the flash and buy a lot of time and create a lot of space. Dandom needs to be careful under the turret, but the kill should come through. Great shutdown as now Venom Crest look to respawn. Komsky's already low. Dandom the same under the turret, but the damage from Bistor rather is actually quite big as he gets his second of the game. DMG might have just found the pick they needed as the damage from Venom Crest not enough to take anyone down.
Back up.
For now, as Kobe and Venom rotates in as well. Bucci TP's in the flag and drag. Weird combination, but Dandom will go down. The flash won't be used. He'll hold on to it for the next game or maybe even next split. Bucci forced to flash, but they're hooked. It's gorgeous from the Danish Thresh as Venom and Kobe will run down Bucci. You can slice and you can dice, but you're being served as a meal here today. The crocodile is for dinner as Kobe is on a killing spree.
Great start, DMG, in that fight, but the turnaround from Venom Crest, it was too much for DMG. Those hooks from Wendell, insane stuff right there. And no one feels worse about that than Bucci, who dedicated his teleport after the good stuff from that play for DMG had already happened, and really just TP'd in to watch Dandem die and then eat 2 amazing hooks and die himself. Even when it's good, it's bad for DMG. Venom Crest coming out on top again.
Yeah, Venom Crest, their lead is continuing to grow in their favor. Despite DMG punching back, well, they quickly get another punch right back in their face. It's a bit of a melancholic feeling here for the DMG enthusiasts, as despite improving on what was a very disappointing winter split, looking better, even challenging Lost Tones in one of the games, well, push comes to shove in the lower bracket, might have just met their fate here. Venom Crest, man. The 2024 Summer Split champions also bouncing back from a disappointing split, but they'll do one better than DMG by the looks of things, go one step further, keep their hope alive for another week, and dream of advancing to Copenhagen.
That dream very much alive here for Venom Crest, turning into a nightmare now for DMG, building off of the success from the upper bracket, that great game versus Los Otones that they could have taken, into a 3-0 against Rich Gang, and a very strong series that was as well. They won through Bucci, they won through Bizgard, they won from Fateski. Dandem has been a great jungler as well. I really do think DMG have looked solid in the NLC. I would go so far as to say, like, this series arguably is more about Venom Crest just looking that much better than it is about DMG looking poor. They just not really had the opportunity to get into these games because they lose right from the early game because of just how good Venom Crests have been.
Yeah. They're showing that their players are not just fake names, but they can deliver on their Rift again. It had been a disappointing performance so far with what you expect from these 5 experienced veterans who, many of them have been in the NLC before, some won it before it even existed, others reaching the final in the inaugural split with Riddle. With that, I'm looking at Doxy and Ventle in particular. Neither played at the EU Masters, played for Mad Lions in the Spanish division as well. Copy, we all know where he's been. There is no doubt about that. And someone like Goopy, well, as an AD carry, he's made it to the LVP finals too, so a roster of ERL veterans with some LEC magic sprinkled in there as well. Mr. Consistent was what he was known as in the ULC as well here. He's known as Copy is Super Saiyan.
Consistently super sick has Copy been in this in this series. Honestly, every single game, this man has been the guy. He's so good. He's so good, dude. It's crazy. Like, even in game 1, which Venom Crest lost, like, we saw that the stats there were 35% damage share. He was like 14 and 4 or something on Corki. It was a travesty that he lost that game. But he's just been lights out for Venom Crest. And it's great when you have such a reliable carry on your team, because you know you can always play through them for success. And yeah, even in this game, 3-0, he's chilling, he's making it happen. And Venom Crest as a team is so comfortable here in game 4.
Yeah, DMG, the goal lead doesn't signal they're out. The 2-item spike on Fateski would tell the same story, and same can be said for Bisco. We're very much riding their death roar, as it feels like the momentum is so clearly in Venom Crest's favor. But mistakes like this is what could open the door as Fateski looks to claim himself another, but he doesn't have the damage yet, and there the Venom Crest reinforcements come in. They've gotten 1 kill as Fateski takes down Ventle. Fateski, though, the flash is already used, and he's in the hands of Doxy. Copy, though, in a 1v4 here, essentially, as the front line is just a meat shield. DMG might have found something. They're low, though, on the HP bar. Dandem on the flank. Copy kiting back so brilliantly, as he's done all series. A flash is good on top of it, and as Bisco tries his hardest, it's simply impossible to fight back against this Venom Crest.
Venom Crest coming out strong once again. The teleport from Bizgard used defensively to keep himself alive. 2 minutes 40 seconds now for Venom Crest. 4 Dragon Soul. It's a Mountain Dragon as well. They'll be even tankier, and for a team that's behind in gold, going up against someone with extra tank stats, that's not going to be easy. It starts off with Wendell getting caught, and this is where we think maybe this is okay for DMG, but the collapse, the Avengers assemble, all of them here for Venom Crest. And crucially, keep your eyes on Kobe. His kiting, his spacing, his positioning, he is left untouched. DMG, they're not sure who to focus, but whoever it is, it's not Kobe. And that's not a recipe for success in League of Legends.
Yeah, you have to kill Kobe and like Uniter pretty soon after if you want to win this game. Turn it around, the goal lead grown, the soul point secured. Brick by brick, Venom Crest are building themselves towards the final victory they need here today. The flashes are off cooldown, basically for both sides, and maybe that is something that they can look to punish, but instead the Ruinous Archon will go over for free boots. You might get to tickle the turn on the bot side, but with neither there, it's unlikely to lead to anything more.
Atakan, Venom Crest. That was all this time. I think that's the third, maybe even the fourth one that's gone down now for DMG. It's the Flowers this time, so not Voracious. And that is going to mean that Venom Crest, as this game goes forward, is just scaling even harder. You've already got the scaling of the Smolder in mid lane, but now you've got the scaling of the Flowers. It's just, oh, dude, for DMG, how do you get back into this? You're going to have to try and catch Ashe, potentially, maybe even the Smolder, although he's kind of tough with the flap to catch down, but with the likes of Java and Leona, there's potential there to find the carries, the relatively mobile carries, and to bring them down.
Yeah. Kobe, when he gets that third item spike, well, it can be felt. We can already see him melting through the HP bars of his opponents. Whoever stands in his way, making his way to Copenhagen, will simply be cut down. The next test would be the Rats. First, you can't throw away the mid game like they've done in game 1, and they're sticking to that ritual by playing as a team, and catching out Kornski is a great first step in that. He'll try and trade back alongside B-Score, but this is surely a tier 2 turret gone. Random is on the flank. Is this something they want to try and play for? They haven't spotted him yet.
He's going to try. He's in a good spot.
Oh, he finds Kobe. He has no flash. Down to half HP. TP as well from Bucci. Kobe is just a sitting duck and will be taken down. Uniter, now the one who has to do the damage, but he's on 2.5 items too. As the hook connects on Fateski. He's the last one to really try and do anything, but all the support is gone. As DMG carries are left scattered for the hills and forced to run and retreat. As the soul goes over to Venom Crest.
It's the engage for DMG that they were looking for. Jarvan on the flank, Kobe going down, but it's not enough, man. It's not enough. We've got this Smolder now. He's scaled, he's done, he's got his execute, he's got his stacks. Even if you find one, there's another waiting around the corner. Good try for DMG, but it's not enough, and that is Soul over to Venom Crest.
That's the Soul, and that's maybe the final nail in the coffin. Fateski, you can see his damage, you can see what B-Score can do. But that felt like it had to be the fight. A flashless copy exposed by a great flank from Dandom. And well, it still wasn't enough. And now, with the Mountain Soul on top of it, the flash up for both Niter and Copy in a minute's time. And the 3 items for Fateski better hit like crack, because otherwise this game is done.
That's it, mate. Fateski is really the hope now for DMG. With the support around him as well, it can work. He's got a lot of frontline, a lot of capacity to create space for him to launch off with those guns. Oh, man, but you just think...
I guess that's just
I think
gone. Okay, they want to turn around it instead.
Yeah.
Let's see. Flashes still not available. Just a few seconds time they will be though, as DMG, with the TP invested, managed to stop the Baron, and that could buy them a bit more time. We're looking at Dandom here as B-Score rejects the arrow, sends it back, Copy, juked it in return. Dandom spotted on a ward, and Venom Crest look to keep their carry safe. Dandom has to fight the right flank, and then the backup has to be perfect. The squad has to assemble right beside him. The game is not over yet. Venom Crest though with a sizable lead and 2 scaled up carries The Maokai ult will also be rejected. The Twisted Advance, or whatever it's called, not going in the right direction there.
I'm so glad we got to see the Ashe ult with the Mel ult combo at least once in this game.
Yeah, we got to see it. Duxie throws out the cast, doesn't connect on the carry. Speed score, Fadesky. Let's keep our eyes on the hopes here for DMG, as Kormsky in the front line is not lasting long. He will be taken down by Duxie, who dashes forward, and there goes Dandom, and there looks to go the rest of DMG as Bucci goes back forward. The damage from Fadesky is not enough as he finally actually cuts through a bit, connects on the carries as Cobby won't be dead to this, just barely. The red buff ticking, and it's not enough to be there. The final blow, not fully decisive, but DMG are fighting back. They are growing into this game, Foxtrot, and they're refusing to give up an inch. But Venel, he found both carries. They don't have any carry to deal the damage though. Venom Crest have gone in without any real damage dealer, and Fadesky is not untouched as finally Nida shuts him down.
What a fight. DMG actually coming out on top of that to begin with. Almost bringing down Cobby. If it wasn't for that Mountain Soul, he would have died there as well. It was actually really well played for DMG. You can still see the identity of this team and the power that they have, the execution of these team fights. Unfortunately for them, they're just a little bit too far behind. Doesn't work out, and Nida now, he's taken over as the carry of Venom Crest in this game. 7 kills, 7-1. The dragon is unlocked.
If you kill one, well, the other is there right beside the Venom Crest. Mid ADC carries, both strong in their own respective, and they've gotten to show it both throughout this game in different situations. They've adapted and overcome, and I think Venel deserves some praise as well, calling that shot of going in, finding both the carries, and that has led to the Baron. So it's DMG punch back yet again. Venom Crest, they punch back harder.
DMG, give him credit for not giving up in this one. Oh, Doxy may be baited here. It's a great response to disengage.
It's good damage, actually. I mean, look at Fadesky.
He hurts.
By getting hit by a few abilities. Bucci almost dead as well. Fadesky forced to run, and I think Bucci is just done for. And with the Baron buff and 4 members only alive from DMG, well, the base could be broken open here.
That's it. That's one member of your front line down. Fortunately for DMG, though, they have plenty of others waiting in reserve with this Baron buff as well. 5 members strong. I'm not sure DMG can hold on. Their lives in the NLC Spring hang in this moment.
One final fight to decide. Dandom looks for the engage. He finds Copy, but the backline can't access it. Copy's essentially untouched. As in Venom Crest, the Danish Dynamite will look to blow DMG to the wayside, keep their hopes of Copenhagen alive with a monumental step that seals a date with Los Ratones for one more step towards Copenhagen.
DMG, they gave it their all. They showed some signs of life, but at the end of the day, Venom Crest, they were just a caliber above, honestly. Even in the first game that they lost, I would argue it was more an undoing of their own demise, rather than something that DMG brought to the table. And, I don't want to harp on DMG or sound like that's insulting. I just think here, Venom Crest, oh, holy crap, were just insane in this series. Like, this was convincing, the way they played, especially in the early game. Like, I think this is like, for my estimations, like, this looks like a top 3 team in the NLC.
Yeah, and DMG had improved a lot this split. Commiserations to them, right? Going out here, their hopes end, but they've improved a lot. And to me, that really ties it back to the fact that they didn't play poorly today. Venom Crest just handed their asses to them in laning phase, dominating essentially every game, building sizable leads, fumbling at once where DMG rightly caught it. But in the other 3 games, well, they made a few mistakes, but they were mainly the ones punishing. And yeah, damn, I think Los Ratones and Venom Crest, man, that is going to be a best of 5. That will be a banger. More on that next week, though, as the analyst desk will break this series down. Thank you so much for joining on the cast, Foxtrot. It's been a pleasure. And to Ashram, take it away.
Thank you, Fox. Thank you, Duckling. Good job for both of you. And I totally agree. This Venom Crest team with the AD carry protect the president, it's looking so hard to break down. Trouble! Congratulations! Prediction.
Oh, Oh, I didn't know you were talking to me, man. I started looking at. Listen. I take it back. Production might have wrongfully put 3-1 for Venom Crest, but that is what I wanted all along. Absolutely. They just got it out of me. It's great. Thank you, guys.
They read your mind better than you did yours.
Absolutely.
We're getting a lot of surprises on this week. Well, we only had 2 days and 3 surprises, at least in my opinion, with the results that came in and how they came in as well. So let's understand a little bit of what happened in this game. I'm so sorry I have hiccups.
After this series, brother, we cannot...
Accept.
Yeah. But this game, just like the other games in this series, is a little bit hard to break down. But it feels like this time for Venom Crest, so many things just clicked starting from the draft, because they have a lot of scaling, they have a lot of tools to play around, they have so many tools for a non-committal engage that they used so nicely in those team fights. And then on top of that, they were having DMG sometimes handing themselves to the enemy. Again, some issues with positioning there from DMG, unfortunately. Again, the lack of proactiveness in the early game, like we saw in the previous 2 games. I wish DMG continues so we could see more from them, but in this series they just did not deliver.
I feel like there were 2 things that happened, right? You're picking like a scaling composition, you've got a Smolder over in the mid lane, yet you managed to win every single lane, and Jarvan has absolutely no impact. I mean, this is not the DMG that I actually wanted to see in terms of drafting. I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but they seemed completely lost. I don't think like a single draft that we saw today actually made sense. We had a Jhin over where there should have been an Aphelios. We have an Aphelios over where there should have been a Kai'Sa. It just felt so miscoordinated and disconnected, and even though like that was our praising point for DMG, that they came out of nowhere, no one expected them to be drafting so beautifully around different carries. And right here, I'm sorry, I didn't see none of these carries. Fatesky didn't have a good series. Butcher didn't have a good series either. Sure, he was stuck on tanks for 3 out of them, but his Renekton didn't look very convincing at all. Also, Biscard actually couldn't snowball this. Props to Venom Crest for abusing those weak laning phase in the early game and actually snowballing this into a reverse sweep.
You know who had a great game though, and actually a great series? Kobe. I feel like this man has to be the biggest talking point of this series for Venom Crest, because his performance was so on point all the way from the very good laning phase, and I absolutely love his synergy with Vandal on the bot lane, because them working together has allowed them to secure so many leads game after game after game, to the point where no matter what Fatesky is trying to do later in the game, he's just not able to keep up with the enemy bot lane.
Yeah, I feel like Wendell also had a fantastic series today. The Rel, the Thresh. Also, let's not forget that Wendell, back when he was called Wendell Bow, used to be a Thresh main. Like, this is his champion. And every single time he sees an angle to play it, he will always play out. And I feel like it just worked here, right? You want to be pulling the Ashe out of the Cataclysm from the Jarvan, so it really does work. And I feel like a lot of the times, because Thresh is also a pseudo tank, you don't really want to be queuing into like really heavy tank teams. But right here, I feel like every single hook that landed just ended up in a kill due to the pure sheer CC that could follow up the Thresh hook.
Thresh was pivotal, at least in my opinion, on this composition, which is not really easy to pilot nowadays. Thresh has been MIA on meta recently, and you know what? Let's talk with Thresh himself. Wendell is waiting for us on the interview. Congratulations, look at that smile. And you got to play Thresh as well. I want to go straight up into the Thresh. It's not easy. People don't let people pick Thresh. And you're finally back on your boy, which is so good, my boy.
Yeah, I mean, Thresh is not really meta right now. Not a lot of people are playing it. But yeah, I've been playing it since it came out. And I think I'm one of the best Thresh players on the whole server. So like when I see an angle, I just go for it. And it was really good since they have some hard engage on the AD carry and he's going to be locked down. Ashe can't really get out of it, so it's a good choice to help Ashe get out, and it's a strong lane champion. And you see every hook is heat seeking. It will land when I throw it, so it's no problem.
Also, you allow Leona to just get nullified, Jarvan with Renekton. You're the Protect Mr. President. You were the bodyguard. And talking about the president himself, let's talk about your AD carry, Kobe. I mean, that was what the composition was all around, wasn't it? Like, let's get Kobe comfortable, then we play for the rest of the team. But Kobe, you gotta be comfortable.
Yeah, like our main goal today was just to secure a strong bot lane, like pretty much every game. Just make sure me and Kobe gets ahead, and then I don't think anyone can beat us. And we got what we wanted, and we showed it every lane phase, every game versus them. We killed them in lane. It was like no problem. So
I like that confidence, and people were having doubts regarding this matchup, Venom Crest versus the MG, especially because the MG were really elevated on the way they made drafts, and you completely nullify them. You destroyed it, no doubt, aside from game one. But you just told me, like, bot lane, you and Kobe, the way they work, so good. But you have to face LR after this series.
yeah, I mean,
Talk to me
we
about
saw they're not unbeatable, so I'm happy to see that. And we played against Nord the first round, and they are really, really good team, and they showed it against LR as well. So I think if our plan just work, and we go in with a really, really good game plan, we have a chance against them. Obviously, they are great players, all of them. I respect them very much. A lot of them was in the scene when I started playing as well, and I'm a big fan of Reckless. I had some games with him back in the days, and a quick tryout as well in Fnatic, but it didn't go my way. It happens, but I'm excited to play against him in competitive. He's a great guy.
I see your point of view. I think every team is now, oh, there's blood in the water. There's blood in the water. They are mortal. We can do this. So obviously Copenhagen is your big objective going into that one. What is your biggest dream as a player? Just to get a feeling of who you are, Wendell.
Yeah, I mean, I've been played for a really, really long time, and I didn't actually like expect to play now. But since I'm going over to live streaming, and I saw that a lot of people are streaming this tournament, and you're allowed to stream it, and I just called up some homies that played back then as well, and we make a team. And I want to make like a competitive a team with a lot of like what is it called? Like just live stream the whole thing and show people what we can do.
Hey, so far so good, Wendell. Thank you so much for joining us on the league as well and bringing that point of view to the viewers as well. And best of luck. Keep picking outside of the box. Keep thinking outside of the box. Who knows what's gonna happen? Best of luck in the future, boss.
Yeah, thank you.
I like it when you're not afraid of bringing in the fresh. Like, I don't care. I don't care if I feel comfortable and it works. Done so. And he's actually one of the MVPs of the night. What does this mean? Well, we have 3 MVPs for you back at home. Look at that. It's gonna be Lighter, Kobe, and Wendell. Go on to our social media and vote on who do you think is the MVP of the series.
It's gonna be so hard to choose though, man. All 3 of them popped off so much throughout the series.
I think there was one connecting link to all the games, even the one that Venom Crest ended up losing. Kobe is world class. It's not a secret, and I think he showed up right again in a team that's losing games when he can actually outshine his opponent in the 80 carry slot. I think it says a lot, and I feel like Venom Crest were really quick to also pick up the fact that it's like, hold on a minute, like this guy is our carry, and they very quickly like switched their entire sort of composition to be built around him, and they just ended up completely what's it called? Reverse sweeping. There you go. That's the word.
Well, spoiler alert. LR versus Venom Crest head to head is gonna be AD carry 100%.
Oh god.
And when you look into this, Venom Crest will now face off LR next week. Meanwhile, Verdant will face off versus Chaos on elimination match as well. Only on the 14th of May do we start getting the remains. So Nord versus the Ready Sack will go and play on the 15th. But those 2 teams have a guaranteed position on Leagues Disrupt. What's your take for both of you regarding these?
Okay, so Larry, you want to go first?
I think Los Ratones versus Venom Crest is going to be really big because Los Ratones are a team that just got a wake-up call, and then Venom Crest are a team that just beat DMG in a very stomp fashion. I think this is going to be definitely the series to watch. But then Verdant versus Chaos, I have no clue who is winning this one. 0 thoughts in my head about this. I can't wait to see what's gonna happen because I cannot predict anything.
I mean,
Keep
Chaos.
talking about, yeah, tell me.
Sorry, versus LLS was an absolute banger. Like 5 games back and forth, went the distance. However, Verdant have yet not showed what they did show in the group stage, and I want to see more from them. And if they want to start a miracle run, because we're talking about miracle runs, not because you have so many games to play, but because Los Ratones is in the lower bracket right now, so you truly need a miracle run to make it to Denmark for those at least lower bracket finals, right? So they need to start right there and then versus Chaos.
A lot is complicated for those struggling for their life on the lower bracket, but keep in mind that whatever happens, we're gonna have a banger of a show in Copenhagen. Leagues Disrupt is approaching rapidly, and this is one of the last opportunities for you to get those tickets, Sunday tickets. We found new places for you to sit, so please step in if you want to see the show. And also Saturday, we're gonna have a big one. We have so many things prepared for Leagues Disrupt where you can be part of the show itself. With this in mind, both of you, it was lovely to have you with us on the show. Final word, Solari, let's start with you.
I'm a little bit sad for Team G because I feel like this is a team that had to show us so much more, but they still had a really good run throughout this series, and they gave us some memorable moments. And of course, huge congratulations to Venom Crest. And can we just fast forward the time to next week, please? Because next week matches are going to be bangers, and I can't wait to jump right into them.
It's actually been very excited to walk through the second round of playoffs because it's been upsets throughout this entire line. If you look down, like the Los Ratones series versus Nor, Rudislike versus Bulldog Esports, this one that we watched today, it has been teams winning that were not predicted, that on books they should not be winning. And the fact that they've turned this around and we have that upset and lower bracket has Los Ratones right now, it's going to be so exciting. And for all the rats out there, you get to see them more.
Yeah, this is the league you should be watching for so many reasons. And well, you know, we expect you next week because without you is not the same. And until then, keep climbing. We love you very much. I'll see you soon. Hiccups.